graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on barrel. Get out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
What's going on, everybody? Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. My name is Jason Joseph. This, of course, is Play-by-Play with JJ. Make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button as well, and turn on those notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live. So the Philadelphia Phillies are wrapping up their 3-game set out in Baltimore at Camden Yards, and they will be sending Zach Wheeler out there on the bump for the series finale, and Kyle Bradish will be on the other side of the rubber for the Baltimore Orioles. So the Philadelphia Phillies did take care of business yesterday, and they ended up shutting out the Baltimore Orioles, and they ended a 4-game losing streak. So that did come to an end. Christopher Sanchez did walk 5 batters, but he did strike out 11, and he went 6 innings, and he also gave up 2 hits as well. It seemed like that he pitched pretty good. Again, I wasn't able to watch the game yesterday because I had stuff that I had to do. But regardless, he got the win. And the Philadelphia Phillies did a good job at getting him some extra run support later on in the game. And it seemed like that in the 8th inning that they were able to put up 4 runs, and they had some really good at-bats. One of them was from Bryson Stott. Stott put up a 15-pitch at-bat, and that was against Shane Baz, and that ultimately got him out of the game. And the Philadelphia Phillies did their job in that department. They were just 4 for 14, though, with runners in scoring position. That still has to be cleaned up. They left 8 guys on base, but they delivered the runs when it really mattered the most, and they got production from Brandon Marsh and also from Bryce Harper. And also, I would say Justin Crawford, too, because he had that big 2-run base hit. Bohm also had a double steal. He led the charge on the front end of a double steal, so that was pretty interesting. But regardless, the Phillies got to take care of business today, and they are only 1 game up in the wild card standings for that 3rd wild card spot. They got to get some more breathing room. They do. They are 1 game above the San Diego Padres. They're also 1.5 above the Miami Marlins and 2.5 above the Pittsburgh Pirates. They're still 1 game in back of the Arizona Diamondbacks for that 2nd place wild card spot, but they cannot continue to afford to slide. No, they cannot. They're 2-8 over their last 10 games, and the second half has just not treated them so well. But they got to continue to gain some extra ground and stop being in the mix of things. Obviously, a lot of stuff is going to depend on the season in regards to tomorrow, what will happen tomorrow. We are going to have you covered for that. I am planning on going live early tomorrow, and obviously staying up all night just to make sure that nothing happens. Obviously, there is a chance that something could absolutely happen overnight, but I am planning on going live tomorrow. I'll give you more details in a little bit as to what's going to happen in regards to streaming for tomorrow. But today's game, you got Zach Wheeler on the bump. You got to get a win. You got to get this guy run support. I am really hoping that Zach Wheeler steps in the right direction, because in the last game he didn't pitch well and he only went 3 innings. He said that he was fine, that there's not really an injury to worry about, but I am hoping that that's I'm just hoping that that's the case today and that he does a good job out there on the bump. He only went 3 innings his last time out there. His velocity was down. He gave up 5 earned runs on 6 hits as well. The Phillies need him for the rest of the season, obviously, if they even want to stand a chance at going deep into the playoffs. So they really need him to be healthy. And that's the one thing that I was a little bit nervous about after the last game, even more so than the Phillies blowing that lead that they had. So that is really where I stand on things. But yes, so Phillies are taking on the Baltimore Orioles today. Final score predictions, let us know down below. Again, the other side of the diamond, you got Kyle Bradish on the hill. Kyle Bradish does have a 3.74 ERA. He did allow 5 earned runs in his last outing against the Detroit Tigers and only lasted 4 2/3 of an inning. Before that, he was actually pitching pretty good. He was going 6 to 7 innings in each of his last 3 outings and only gave up 5 earned runs total. Again, that was before his final outing or his previous outing against the Detroit Tigers. So Phillies got to take care of business today. Make him work, make him sweat, have him throw pitches, and grind out at-bats. I'm going to go, my final score prediction today for the Philadelphia Phillies, I got them winning by a score of 5-2. Sorry, 5-3. That's my final score prediction for the Philadelphia Phillies today. 5-3 is what I'm going to go with. My MVP for today, my most valuable player for this game. I don't think it's going to shock anybody. I don't think it will shock anybody at all. I got Zach Wheeler as my MVP for today for the Philadelphia Phillies. Yes, I do. Wheeler, I have him going 6 innings. I don't know why I'm blundering my words. 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 8 strikeouts, and just a couple of hits allowed. So 6 innings, 3 earned runs, and 8 strikeouts. That's what I'm going to go with as my final stat line prediction for Zach Wheeler today. My home run hero for this afternoon, I got Kyle Schwarber hitting a home run in this ball game. I think Kyle Schwarber goes deep. He's only went deep once since the All-Star break. It's pretty crazy. He's due. He's due to hit a home run today, and I think that he'll let one fly. So I got Kyle Schwarber as my home run hero, and that is it. So I got, again, the Phillies winning by a score of 5-3. I got Zach Wheeler as my MVP, and I got Kyle Schwarber as my home run hero. My final stat line prediction for Zach Wheeler, 6 innings, 3 earned runs, and 8 strikeouts. That is my final score prediction for Zach Wheeler and all of my predictions for the Philadelphia Phillies. My final score prediction for the Phillies and all my predictions for the rest of the outcomes for today. All right, I want to say hello to everybody that is here. Of course, I want to say hi to Erica. Erica, thank you so much for the Unk alert, Jewel. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very, very much. It's good to see you guys. It's 85 degrees out in Baltimore. It is raining just a little bit. It's not a heavy rain today. They were expecting that there were going to be thunderstorms in the area, and that could still happen around like 2 o'clock-ish or so. But that's why I held up today on the stream. I usually start at about 35 to 40 minutes beforehand. And that's why I didn't do it, because I thought that we were going to be on a delay today. But that is not the case. It's going to start on time. Yes. Okay. So the Orioles have Kyle Bradish out there. What's going on, Star Wars? What's going on, Jack? What's going on, everybody? I'll get to all of your predictions in just a little bit. The Philadelphia Phillies, their starting lineup today, it'll look like this. It'll be Trey Turner batting leadoff, Kyle Schwarber batting second, Bryce Harper third, Alec Bohm fourth, Brandon Marsh fifth, JT Realmuto sixth, Bryson Stott seventh, Justin Crawford eighth, and Brian De La Cruz batting in the 9th spot. He is out in right field. So again, for the Phillies, their starting lineup, it's as follows: Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, Alec Bohm, Brandon Marsh, JT Realmuto, Bryson Stott, Justin Crawford, and Brian De La Cruz. And Trey Turner steps on into the batter's box, and we are ready to get things started. Bradish gets set at the belt and fires, and the first pitch is grounded over to third, picked up by the third baseman. That is Encarnacion Strand, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time. And one pitch, and Trey Turner is retired. Christian Encarnacion Strand's over at third. At shortstop today, it's Gunnar Henderson. At second, it's Jackson Holliday. And at first, it's Pete Alonso for Baltimore. Then you got Jake Rogers catching. On the bump, it's Kyle Bradish. And in the outfield, from left to right, it's Dylan Beavers, Colton Cowser, and Leody Taveras. Here's Schwarber, and he looks at the fastball at the knees, taken all the way for strike one at 95 miles per hour. M. Jimenez, thank you so much for the clutch, Jewel. I appreciate that very, very much. Good to see you on here. Here's the 0-1 that is in the dirt for a ball to Kyle Schwarber. I can fix this. One ball, one strike to Kyle Schwarber. The 1-1 pitch to Kyle, swing and a miss. The curveball was in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Nice. One ball, two strikes. Schwarber is in the box. Bradish gets set and fires, and Schwarber looks at the fastball for a called strike 3, and there's out number 2. Schwarber goes down looking, and Bryce Harper will come on up to the plate with nobody on and 2 outs. Jack says Bones my MVP. David says I'm going to go 5-1 Phillies. Leonard says that my MVP is Kyle Schwarber. Nice. Tight game, 4-3 Phillies. Okay, I got 5-3. You got 4-3. Jack has 9-5 Phillies. Leonard says 6-2 Philadelphia. Nice. Good stuff. Phillies win 6-3, says Mark. All right, so we're in the same sort of ballpark. We see the Orioles putting up 3 runs today. Here's the pitch. And that's in there for a strike to Bryce Harper. We got the Zach Wheeler emojis. Again, if you guys want to become a member, it's a really good way to support the channel. You get access to all these really cool emojis that you can post in the chat to cheer on the Phillies, which is really cool. The 0-1, and that swung on and missed for strike 2. One of the members will actually drop all the emojis that we have for today, and that'll be nice. That'll be cool. Dave says, I got Wheeler. Got Wheeler as my MVP. Callie says, I got 5-2 Phillies. Man, we're all so close. We are all close. The 0-2 to Harper, fouled back towards the screen. The umpires for this afternoon. Trip Gibson is at home plate. Nick Marley's at first. Derek Thomas is at second. And Marvin Hudson is at third. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. Harper's in the box. And the 0-2 pitch up high and away for a ball to make it now 1-2. The Phillies are 58-53 on the season, which is good enough for the second best wild card spot in the National League. The 1-2 to Harper, swing and a miss. Got a breaking ball there, and Harper gives a chase, and the inning is over. So 1-2-3 go the Philadelphia Phillies, and Zach Wheeler will head out to the bump, and he will pitch the bottom of the first inning. No score out in Baltimore. The Phillies at home, we've talked about before, are 28-27 on the road. They are 30-26. During day games this year, they are 17-20. They are 17-20 during day games. They are 3 games under 500 during the day, and they are 41-33 at night. So just wanted to put that out there. Absolutely. The Baltimore Orioles, this is what their starting lineup today looks like. They got Dylan Beavers out in left field batting leadoff. Pete Alonso is at first base. He'll be batting second. Gunnar Henderson, the shortstop, is batting third. Batting fourth is the DH Taylor Ward. Could be his last game as a Baltimore Oriole. Jackson Holliday is at second base. He'll be batting fifth. And then you got Christian Encarnacion Strand playing over at the hot corner, and he'll be batting 6th. Leody Taveras is batting 7th in the lineup of Craig Albernaz. And then you got batting 8th, Colton Cowser out in center field. And last but not least, the catcher, the former Tiger, Jake Rogers. And he is the caboose. So again, it's Beavers, Alonso, Henderson, Ward, Holiday, Encarnacion Strand, Taveras, Cowser, and Rogers, all in the starting lineup for the Baltimore Orioles. Phillies had Trey Turner ground out to third on the very first pitch of the game, and then Schwarber struck out looking, and Bryce Harper struck out swinging. And Zach Wheeler is on the bump this afternoon for the Philadelphia Phillies. We'll get you some more numbers on Zach Wheeler in just a few moments, but the Phillies defense this afternoon looks like this. It's Bryce Harper at first. At second, it's Bryson Stott. At third, it's Alec Bohm. And at short, it's Trey Turner. Wheeler gets set. And the first pitch is in there for a strike at 95 miles per hour. Out in left field, you got Brandon Marsh. In center field, it's Justin Crawford. And the right fielder, of course, is Brian De La Cruz. Wheeler winds up, and here comes the pitch. And that's inside for a ball at 90 miles per hour. Beavers hitting .247 in 57 games so far. 2 long balls and 18 RBIs. Wheeler comes set, and the 1-1 is in there for strike 2. Another fastball thrown by Zach. One ball, 2 strikes to Dylan Beavers. White batting gloves. Wheeler kicks and delivers again, and Beavers fouls it off. In the outfield for the Phillies today, you got Brian De La Cruz out in right field. In center field, it's Justin Crawford, and the left fielder is Brandon Marsh. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wheeler winds up and delivers again. Swing and a miss. That was a really good curveball thrown by Zach Wheeler. It disappeared inside and low. And there's 1 away in the bottom of the first inning. Good pitching by Zach Wheeler. I got MVP. My MVP is Alec Bohm. Wheeler is my MVP, says Elaine. Nice. Here comes the polar bear. And Wheeler throws a pitch that's in there for a strike at 96 miles per hour to Pete Alonso. 23 homers in 111 games for Pete Alonso. 69 runs driven on in as well. No balls, 1 strike, and the 0-1 is outside for a ball. Went to the sweeper that time. Alonso is hitting just .244 against Wheeler with 2 doubles and 3 RBIs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wheeler comes set and fires. And the sweeper catches the outside corner for a called strike. And it's 1-2. The Orioles are 11.5 games in back of the Tampa Bay Rays. They're also 8 games in back of the Yankees. 1-2. And that's outside for ball 2. And they are 5.5 in back of the Boston Red Sox, who are now 8 games over 500. They have just been super hot. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wheeler fires again. And Alonso gets a piece of it and stays alive. If we even take a look at the wild card standings in the American League, the Orioles are just 1.5 games in back of Minnesota and Cleveland for that final wild card spot. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the 2-2 pitch, and it's low for ball 3. Throwing at 96 miles per hour. What's up, Yankee Kyle? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Hoping that the Phillies will be as proud of their hitting today as their hair and their bling. 3-2 pitch. Here it comes, and that's fouled off. The splitter was thrown down the middle, and Alonso got a piece of it. It was a fast inning. Yep. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Pete Alonso. 1 out, nobody on, bottom of the first. Wheeler comes set and fires, and Alonso grounds this one back up the middle for a base hit. He got a hold of the sweeper, And that was right at the knees, towards the center of the plate. And he put it in a good spot. And Alonso gets on with a 1-out single in the bottom of the first. It was a really good piece of hitting by Pete. One out, bottom of the first. And Gunnar Henderson is up next.
My list of prospects,
Henderson, left-handed hitter, of course.
Gage, McFarlane, Marks, and Miller.
Gave the Phillies trouble in game one. First pitch that Wheeler throws is at 95 at the knees for strike one. He had that 2-run triple on Friday. Yesterday he went 1 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout. No balls, 1 strike. Alonso's over at first. Henderson's in the box, and the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. And the count is 0-2. Phillies in their top of the first. Trey Turner grounded out to third. Schwarber struck out looking, and Harper struck out swinging against Kyle Bradish. Time is called by Gunnar Henderson, and he will step out of the box. Orioles are in their orange and white uniforms with Orioles painted across the chest, underlined and colored in black. Outlined in white, though. No balls, 2 strikes. Wheeler comes set and fires, and Henderson flies a curveball out towards straightaway center. Crawford gets under it, though, and he will make the grab for the second out of the inning. Beaver struck out. Alonso got on with a payoff pitch single, and Henderson flied out to center. Jack with a 5. Thank you so much, Jack. I appreciate you. Taylor Ward comes on up to the plate, and the pitch is inside for a ball at 95 miles per hour. My list of prospects I wouldn't trade for a rental. Francisco Renteria, Brian Rincon, Gage Wood, Alex McFarlane, and then you also got Marquez and Miller. Gotcha. 1 ball, no strikes. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. And it's 1-1. Two outs, runner over at first. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch on the way, swing and a foul ball. What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that list that Jack just put out there? What do you think about that list? I'm going to highlight it right here for you guys to see it. 1-2 pitch on the way. Strike 3 called on the outside edge at 95. Drop 2 chairs in the chat for Zach Wheeler. He strikes out Beavers, and he strikes out Ward, and the inning is over. So no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left, and we go to the second inning. No score out in Baltimore. Let us know what you guys think about this down below. These are untouchables for any rental. Renteria, Rincon, Wood, McFarlane, Marquez, and Miller. I'd like to hear your thoughts about that. All right, we have a lot of people tuning on in. Thank you all so much for being on here. I really do appreciate it. So let us know where you guys are tuning on in from down below, and I will make sure to give you guys a shout-out. I will. What's up, chat? It is good to see you guys on here. Won't be able to trade Miller, has back issues. And already nobody's going to want to touch him, says Doug. Okay. Let's go. How we doing, chat? It's very good to see you guys on here. Zach Wheeler threw 7 pitches in the first inning that were faster than any pitch he threw in his last outing, and he looks great so far, which is great. That definitely makes me happy. I was worried. Talking ish with the sports, with the Sporters Live. Thank you so much for tuning on in. Stormyville, Pennsylvania is here in the chat. What's up, PJ? We got Monroe, Ohio. Shane is here. Landon, PA. What's going on? We got Oklahoma, and we got New York City, Cranford, New Jersey, Boise, Idaho. We got a good crowd today. We'll do some more when we go to the bottom of the second, of course. Alec Bohm is up to bat. And here we go to start off the second inning. Bradish gets set at the belt, kicks, fires, and Bohm fouls it back towards the screen. Was thrown at 94 miles per hour. Bohm is hitting .223. He has 13 home runs and 60 RBIs to go along with that. 60 runs batted on in. He had one in last night's game, and he went 1 for 5. The 0-1, check swing, foul ball towards the right side. Bohm gave the Phillies a little bit of insurance in that 8th inning because he had that single to drive in Kyle Schwarber. Led the team in RBIs in the month of July. No balls, 2 strikes, and here comes the pitch, and that's fouled back. Starting to rain, I guess, a little bit harder as people are starting to put the garbage bags on. No balls, 2 strikes to Alec Bohm. Bradish with 13 pitches, facing Alec Bohm here. Up next is Brandon Marsh. The 0-2 delivery, and the slider is low and away for a ball. It is good to see you guys chat. Again, I'm going to ask you again. For those of you who did not see Jack's Super Chat, he said, my list of prospects I wouldn't trade for a rental. Renteria, Rincon, Gage, McFarland, Marquez, and Miller. What do you think about that list? Do you agree or disagree? The 1-2, and that's up high and inside for ball 2. It was a fastball. Two balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch. There's a ground ball down the first base line. That is a foul ball. Two and two, top of the second. Bradish on the mound still, 16 pitches. If you did subscribe to the channel, please let us know down below. We don't always get the notifications. The 2-2 to Bohm. That's down and away for ball 3. If you're tuning on in over on Twitch or on TikTok, welcome aboard. Thank you again for tapping on in with us. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. There's one Orioles fan who couldn't get the garbage bag on and needed some assistance, and she looks to be all right. She got it. 3-2, and the payoff pitch, and Bohm flies one out over towards the right field corner. It'll stay in play, though, and having plenty of room to make the grab is Taveras. Right by the belt, he makes the catch, and there's out number 1. 4 up, 4 down for Philadelphia so far. We got one person tuning on in over on TikTok. That's Junior. What's up, Junior? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Philly Air Edits. What's going on, buddy? How you doing? So 1 out, top of the second, and Brandon Marsh is up to bat. White batting gloves for Brandon Marsh. Had a couple of hits in last night's game, and the pitch that he takes is high for a ball. His average is now at 279. The 1-0, chopped foul. The last night was the last night that he had a 2-hit game. The last time before that was on July 9th. In the month of June, he had 10 games where he had at least 2 hits. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 delivery, and it's up high for ball 2. That'll make it 2 balls and 1 strike. Two balls, 1 strike to Brandon Marsh. And the 2-1 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards deep right field. That ball, it will stay in the yard, though, as Taveras backs up. and makes the grab. Looked like that from the angle that they showed that Brandon Marsh was going to hit that thing pretty far. It's just not far enough. 2 up, 2 down in the second inning. And JT is the next man up. Just got word that Freddie Peralta got traded to the Tampa Bay Rays. They haven't broken down what the news is or what the full details of the trade are yet. First pitch from Bradish. Here it comes. And that slider is way up high. JT did get out of the way. 1 ball, no strikes to Real Muto. 1-0 is the count. Bradish gets set at the belt. Kicks, deals, and the sinker catches the outer third of the zone for strike 1. JT's home road splits this season have actually been really interesting. At home, he's batting .241. On the road, he's batting .202. His OBP is down as well. And the 1-1 pitch and the curveball is down for ball 2. His OBP at home is at .325, and on the road it's at .277. He does have more homers and more RBIs, though, on the road. 5 home runs and 23 RBIs compared to 3 homers and 14 RBIs. 2 balls, 1 strike, nobody on. Top of the second, 2 outs. The 2-1 delivery. And JT got underneath that sinker, but he flies it out over towards center field and still drifting back, but the catch is made right in front of the wall by Cowser. Took it for a ride, but Cowser makes the catch in front of the dead center field wall, and another 1-2-3 inning for Kyle Bradish. 2 flyouts to right and a flyout to center, and that is what ends the top of the second inning. We go to the bottom of the second out in Baltimore. Okay. Where else are we tapping on in from today? Let us know down below. Where else are we tuning on in from? We got Stormville, Pennsylvania. I said that. Gone from Ohio. We got Lewistown, Pennsylvania. Adam is here. What's up, Adam? We got Texas, San Antonio, Texas. M. Jimenez, shout out to you. All right, so they just released the details. We'll get to that in a second. New Hampshire, yeah. Laurel, Delaware. I see you. Springville, Tennessee, says Leonard. I see you. Old City, Philly, says Atlantic City. I see you. Yeah. Good to see you guys. Waycross, Georgia, says George. Ray's here. What's up, Ray? We got Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Lancaster, Pennsylvania. A lot of Pennsylvanians in the chat. Not a surprise. We got California in the chat, too. Woodstown, New Jersey. Larry Kugel is here. That's how you say it. Cape Coral, Florida, says Pinky Ann. What is going on, Ann? How are you doing? Zach Wheeler is back out there on the bump to pitch the bottom of the second inning. The rain is still not coming down too fast, but it's picked up a little bit. Wheeler is going out there for his second inning of work. He got Beavers to strike out. He did allow a single to Pete Alonso, and then he got Gunnar to fly out the center. And he struck out Taylor Ward on a backwards K. Shane, thank you for the 10 jewels, the gold coin. I appreciate it. Thank you all for the jewels. It's really nice. Very, very nice. Only 1 hit today so far, and that came off the bat of Pete Alonso. Everybody else has not gotten on. Gunnar is up to bat, or Jackson Holiday, that is, excuse me. And the first pitch that he takes is a fastball at 93 that's downstairs and inside for ball 1. Holiday hitting .255 in 59 games, 5 home runs and 20 RBIs. The 1-0 pitch, that's fouled off. Holiday, of course, the son of Matt Holiday, and his brother Ethan Holiday is it's part of the Colorado Rockies organization, of course. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wheeler kicks, and here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Good curveball thrown. It was low, but Holiday went after it anyways. We got a new member that is gone. Gone, thank you for the membership. And Shane, you get the MVP. Gone, you get the MVP as well. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the 1-2 is inside again at 94. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jackson Holiday. Gone says, let's go Phillies. Let's get that win today. Got to take care of business, win a series, and get some more breathing room in that NL wildcard race. The 2-2 pitch, and the splitter is fouled away towards the right side. 2-2 to Jackson Holiday. His helmet is pretty wet. No score in the bottom of the second. Nobody out, nobody on. And the 2-2 delivery, the Holiday, and he gets a piece of the curveball again and stays alive. If you guys want to send stuff to the P.O. Box, you absolutely can. Every Wednesday, we do P.O. Box openings during the 5th inning. You guys can send letters. You can send gifts. This is the address if you're watching over on YouTube. The 2-2 pitch from Zach Wheeler. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. That curveball has been electric today for Zach. It looks absolutely deceptive. A lot of bite to it. And that thing just tails inside and low. And the batters think that that's going to be out over the middle of the plate. And they just swing over top of it. So back-to-back strikeouts for Wheeler. He struck out Ward to end the first. And the pitch to Taylor Ward, or Encarnacion Strand, that is. This is grounded right back over to Wheeler's way. He knocks it down and throws it over to first. And there's out number 2. I think they said that Taylor Ward was batting, but they were wrong. So I got confused. Christian Encarnacion Strand is the one who just grounded out over to Zach Wheeler. Wheeler got a glove on it, knocked it down, picked it up. Had plenty of time to throw it over to first, and he gets the easy out. Leody Taveras will step on up to the plate. Orange batting gloves will show bunt, and this is going to be bunted foul right in back of home plate. JT tried to barehand it and take the mask off all in one motion, but it was a foul ball. Taveras hitting .220. His OPS is at .641 in a total of 95 games. Like number 92, can I shout you out on my channel? Absolutely you can, my friend. The 0-1, swing and a miss. It was a curveball that was down in the way. No balls and 2 strikes. Philly Era Edits, thank you so much for tapping on in. Happy birthday, Adam. I didn't realize it was your birthday today. That's awesome, man. Here's the 0-2. That's outside and low for a ball. What's up? Today is my birthday, JJ. Happy birthday to you, buddy. Happy birthday to you. Got any special plans for tonight? 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wheeler kicks, fires, and Taveras flies one over towards the left field corner. It's in fair territory. Marsh shifts over towards the line. Now backs up a second and makes the catch for out number 3. Another 1-2-3 inning for Zach Wheeler. And we will head to the 3rd. No score in Baltimore. Okay. Up next, it's Bryson Stotts, and then you got Justin Crawford and Brian De La Cruz. Every Phillies sports team is trending upwards except for the Phillies disgrace Del Pizzo. So let me ask you guys this. Okay. So obviously there are a lot of people who are upset with the Los Angeles Dodgers and Major League Baseball for the Dodgers getting Tarek Skubal, okay? And who they gave up. They didn't have to give up many prospects out of their farm system. Didn't even have to give up like their top prospects, essentially. But so my question to you is, if the Phillies were to be matched up against the Dodgers in the playoffs, would you... The question that I have for you is, would you still how do I put it? Would you still be as upset at the Philadelphia Phillies, knowing that the Dodgers are essentially, quote unquote, a super team if they were to lose to the Dodgers? That's my question to you. Are you as upset if the Phillies get matched up against the Los Angeles Dodgers in the playoffs? Are you as upset if they lose to the Dodgers compared to where you were a couple of weeks ago? That's my question for you. Yes or no? Are you as upset? Not upset, we just don't like the Dodgers. Gotcha. With Scuba going to the Dodgers, we should go for Gausman for whom? We would get swept, so yes. So you would still be upset, even though the Dodgers are looked upon as a juggernaut. You would still be very upset. Would you, well, then let me ask you this. If they make it a series, and let's say it goes to a best of 5, and they take them to 5 games, okay, in the NLDS, are you upset? Are you upset about that? So David says no, okay. David says no. Who else? Patty says screwball is a great name for a pitcher. That's a good one. No, JJ. Okay, you don't have any no other plans for today. That's cool. You get to chill. That's pretty cool. Top of the third, Bryson Stott's up, and the first pitch from Bradish is taken for what's called a ball, but this will be overturned to a strike. Hit the outside corner. Clearly, he was in the zone. Yep, that's a strike. Phillies is totally. Phillies cannot do that, though. They will fold. So are you saying, yes, you wouldn't be as upset if they make it a series? I'm asking you straight up. Are you as upset if they make it a series against the Dodgers? 0-1 pitch to Stott. Fly ball hit out over towards shallow center field on the run to make the grab. For out number 1 is Cowser. And so far, 7 up, 7 down. So there's one away in the top of the third. Bradish so far with 28 pitches. Here's the pitch to Crawford. That's inside for a ball. One ball, no strikes to Justin Crawford, who's hitting .257. 29 pitches for Kyle Bradish. And the 1-0 pitch. And that is down and inside for ball 2. It depends on how the individual games go. If the Phillies can get hits from 3, 4, and 5 spot, yes, would still be upset, says Nkanu. Okay. 2 balls, no strikes. And here's the pitch to Crawford. Fouled away. They just reported, Francis Romero just reported, he's a Giants beat reporter, that Arise and Ramos are in the Giants lineup on Sunday. The pitch to Crawford, line drive, base hit down the third base line. Crawford is thinking too. Here's the throw over towards third. I don't know why the left fielder Beavers didn't even make the throw to second, but Crawford gets in there with a 1-out double. That thing was punched down the third base line, and Beavers had to go after that baseball. He did stop it from going all the way towards the corner, but Crawford gets a 2-bag out of it. And he is the first Philly batter to reach in this ball game. Charge! Here comes Brian De La Cruz. The pitch is high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. We would face Skubal twice. Bradish Kicks, fires, swing and a miss. I cannot fault them. They had the better farm pieces to make the deal, says Hardcore. Yeah, but you didn't answer my question. Are you saying that you would be that you would be less upset if the Phillies made it more of a series? 1-1 pitch to De La Cruz. That's a fly ball hit out over towards deep center field. That ball's going back towards the track, and it is gone. Cowser tried to leap up and make an spectacular catch, but it was just out of reach. And Brian De La Cruz puts the Phillies on the board. There we go. Here comes Trey Turner, and the pitch is down low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. That's the second time Brian has gone deep this year. So Crawford got a 1-out double, and Brian De La Cruz had a 2-run home run, and the Phillies are out in front against the Orioles 2-0. 1 ball, no strikes to Trey Turner, and the 1-0 pitch is a curveball that is down and away for ball 2. Only New York and LA have the money to throw at players. Everyone else is priced out, says Ngannou. 2 balls, no strikes. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 2-0 delivery, and the pitch looked like it was down, but Turner doesn't challenge it. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the bell icons. The 2-1 pitch. That's outside for ball 3. By the way, chat, no spoilers. Do not spoil the game in the chat. Mods, if you notice somebody putting out the result before I see it, time them out. 3-1 pitch. That's in there for strike 2. I would hate on the Dodgers, but we got Jalen and LeBron. I'm cool. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 3-2 pitch to Trey Turner. Check swing, did he go? They say no. The pitch was inside, and Turner gets on with a 1-out walk. It's starting to rain a little bit harder, and so hopefully that'll mean more offense for this Philadelphia Phillies team. George! And Schwarber is up next for the Philadelphia Phillies. So the return for Freddie Peralta. Peralta got sent to the Rays. The Rays send Aiden Smith. He's the Rays' number 15 prospect. They also send Gary Gill-Hill, who's their number 26 prospect, and second baseman Emilian Petre, who is the number 27 prospect out of the Rays system. So Kyle Schwarber's up next with 1 out in the top of the 3rd inning. Kirko with the 440 Jules. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it. Schwarber's first pitch, and here it comes. It's a sinker right down the middle for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike to Kyle Schwarber. There's 10 seconds left on the pitch clock. No balls, 1 strike. Bradish gets set at the belt, and the 0-1 pitch outside for a ball. The sinker was at 94. Stronger bullpen needed for them to get anywhere, says Michael. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 pitch to Kyle. It's up high for ball 2. I really hope the Phillies can make a series of it, but at some point we be in another Orion Kerkering situation just like last season. 2 balls, 1 strike. Schwarber's in the box. Conditions in this game are not so good. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Curveball was in the dirt at 86, and Schwarber swung right over top of it. Swinging a lot more junk. Turner leads off over at first. Wonder if he runs here. We'll see. Bradish gets set and fires. And Schwarber gets a piece of the sinker and dribbles it foul towards the first base dugout. Our bullpen instincts think we need help there more than a bat, but would love a good right-handed batter to help. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It is pouring now in Baltimore. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. Bradish gets set at the belt. The 2-2 pitch. Check swing. Did he go? They say no. At third base, Schwarber held up. Schwarber struck out looking in his first plate appearance. He's looking to try to get on. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, and he'll step out of the box really quickly and call for time. Harper's up next. Turner got on with a 1-out walk. Phillies took a 2-0 lead on a 2-run home run by Brian De La Cruz earlier in the 3rd inning. 3-2 is the count. Turner leads off at first. The toss back over to first, and Turner dives back in there safely. Stott started off the inning with a fly out to center. Crawford then doubled down the third base line, and De La Cruz with a 2-run homer out to dead center. Turner's at first, he walked. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. Bradish gets set at the belt, and pitch number 48 coming on up. But before that, the throw back over to first, and now Trey Turner's going to get caught into a rundown. Henderson pump fakes the throw back to first, and Turner is out, and there's 2 away. He went a little bit too early, and he gets caught into a rundown, and there's 2 away, nobody on now. He went too early, and he hesitated. He hesitated too, and he was way off the bag. He was about a couple of feet off the bag at first base as he took a wider stance, and then he stopped. And then after he stopped, Bradish just drew it back on over towards second. Three balls, 2 strikes. The payoff pitch to Kyle. That's down and inside for ball 4, and a 2-out walk. Back-to-back walks allowed by Kyle Bradish. And Harper's up next for the Philadelphia Phillies. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the bell icons. Adam says, I'd be very disappointed if the Phillies lose to the Dodgers, but be very mad if they lose by errors. Charge! The dirt is totally soaked. Yeah, this is not good conditions at all. 2 outs, runner over at first, and Bryce Harper is up to bat. Harper is in the box. White batting gloves, a neon green sleeve, a red elbow guard, and the first pitch to Harper is fouled off. The fastball came at 95. Mods, let us know how we're doing on the likes and on the viewers as well. The 0-1 to Harper. That's chopped foul. So the Mets traded Freddie Peralta to the Rays. They got 3 prospects, and they'll also pick up the $2.47 million remaining on Freddie's contract. The 0-2 to Harper. That's going to bounce in the dirt and get away from the catcher. And Schwarber's going to head on over to second base, and he's now in scoring position for the Philadelphia Phillies. Took a very weird bounce. The infield is literally covered in puddles of water. One ball, 2 strikes, and 10 seconds left on the pitch clock. Radish gets set at the belt, and the 1-2 to Harper, and he lays off the curve. It's 2-2. Two balls, two strikes. Two outs, runner over at second. And the 2-2 pitch to Harper, swing and a miss. He was late on the fastball, came in 96, and the inning is over. The good news, though, is that the Phillies do get 2 runs on a 2-run shot by Brian De La Cruz. And that makes it a 2-0 ball game. If this game does go into a rain delay, my final score prediction is going to change. Because I had the Phillies winning this game 5-3, assuming that Zach Wheeler was going to pitch a normal start. If it goes into a delay before the 5th inning, I will have the Phillies winning this game by a score of 9-6. 9-6 would then be my final score prediction if this game goes into a delay. Because Wheeler's not coming back out if that happens. So I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that. Our bullpen stinks. Think we need help. They're more than the bat, but would love to have a good right-handed bat to help out. Yeah, honestly, I'll be completely honest with you. If the Phillies somehow, some way get Randy Arozarena and they get Luis Ariz, I think that their lineup is better. I do. I would really like the lineup a lot better if they were to go get a guy like Randy Arozarena who can play in the outfield pretty much every day. And Luis Ariz is the best contact hitter in all of baseball. He is. He's just the best. He's the best pure overall hitter in baseball. When you just talk about pitch to contact, if they get him, and if they get Randy Arozarena, that's a boost for this lineup, and that makes them a lot better, for sure. All right, so the grounds crew is out there, of course, trying to clean up all the puddles that are out there on the infield. It is very, very wet. Colton Cowser will lead off the inning, the bottom of the third. It'll be Cowser, Rogers, and Beavers that are due on up to bats. Infielders are not even back out there because they're just trying to clean this up as best as they possibly can. Max Scherzer is now in the top 10 of all time in career strikeouts with 3,510 strikeouts. He just passed Walter Johnson today. Just passed Walter Johnson. Pretty wild. Still raining pretty hard out in Baltimore. So we'll let you know when this game will resume, but the grounds crew, again, is out there cleaning up all the puddles in the infield. They're trying to make it as dry as possible. They're not even going to delay. There's a miniature delay right now at this point. Other scores around Major League Baseball. You got the Braves up 1-0 against the Washington Nationals. That game will head to the 4th inning. The Cardinals lead at 1-0 against the Toronto Blue Jays. Max Scherzer today, 3 2/3, 1 earned run, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, and 1 walk allowed. And Matthew Liberatore, 3 innings for him, 1 hit, and 4 strikeouts in the ballgame. The difference is a Lars Nootbaar RBI double. That's somebody that the Phillies are also eyeing on, too, at the trade deadline as well. Astros and Rangers are scoreless. That game is in the bottom of the first. The White Sox, they lead at 2-0 in the bottom of the third. Anthony Kay is pitching. Sam Antonacci scored on an error. And then Colson Montgomery stole home. And there was a double steal. They had Benintendi on the back end of the steal, swiped second base, and Montgomery came home, and the White Sox made it a 2-0 game. All right. Rangers and Astros, as we mentioned, are going to the bottom of the first. The Guardians, they lead at 2-0 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. That game is in the bottom of the third. Marlins and Mets are in the bottom of the third. They are scoreless. The Reds, they lead at 4-0 against the Pittsburgh Pirates in the bottom of the third inning over there. And the Yankees and the Cubs are scoreless as they go to the bottom of the first. There still is a timeout. So now Zach Wheeler is on the mound for the Philadelphia Phillies, and he's going to be warming up right now. Next, look at the weather forecast. Yeah, it's not looking so good. Dave with a 5. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much. So far, so good. Wheeler is on his stuff out there. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yeah. I think we could get a decent bullpen arm for Harper. Not an elite arm, though. Not an elite arm. I liked how you put that. Not elite. Yeah. That's mine. Yeah. I'd like Randy. I think that would be nice. Hey, JJ, it's wet here, but breaking up. The Cats are still out in it. Yes, they are. For sure. Dave, again, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate it, buddy. And again, Chad, I asked this before. I don't know if anybody answered this, but let us know how many likes there are in the chat and how many people are tuning on in. I'd like to know down below. Zach Wheeler today struck out Dylan Beavers, Jackson Holliday, Taylor Ward, and that's it. Other than that, just allowed a single to Alonso. He got Gunnar to fly out the center, and he also got Christian Encarnacion Strand to ground out to him, and Tavares flat out to left. That's all that's gone on so far. Okay. Phillies today have 2 runs on 1 swing of the bat by Brian De La Cruz. And now it looks like the tarp is going to go out there. Wow, after all of that, they are bringing the tarp on the field. After all of that. So they're bringing out the mound tarp. They're bringing in the home plate tarp. And we are going to go into a weather delay after all of that. So we are in a rain delay. That sucks for Zach Wheeler. That really does. I was thinking, why don't they just delay the game? I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. Just thinking about it from a Phillies perspective, though, that really does put a nail into things because now they have to use their bullpen. Don Mattingly's talking to the umpiring crew, and we're going to be in our weather delay right now in Baltimore. They just rolled out the tarp. They spent the entire song. This is from Tim Kelly. They spent the entire song of Umbrella trying to fix the field. Rihanna has said her part, and the field is still a mess, so a rain delay is starting at Camden Yards. They were trying to see if they could dry up the dirt, and obviously it didn't work, so now there's going to be a rain delay. And we'll have to wait and see what happens in regards to when the game is going to resume. But we will be in a weather delay right now at this current moment in time. Folks, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe. Turn on the notification bell icons too. Just another quick reminder, chat. We are going to be streaming the trade deadline tomorrow. We will be on early tomorrow morning. Obviously, if there's any breaking news that happens overnight, we will be covering that as soon as possible. We might even go live if the Philadelphia Phillies get a big bat, and we will be talking more about that. But I do want to remind you guys that tomorrow we'll be on early in the morning. I have not set a time yet. That's on me. But we are going to be on pretty much throughout the whole day tomorrow, covering the trade deadline, and obviously the Philadelphia Phillies play later that night, and they'll be playing against the – are they going to be – yeah, they are. They're playing against the Washington Nationals. So the deadline is over at 6, and the Nationals will be playing the Philadelphia Phillies at 6:40. So that is what's going on tomorrow. Aaron Nola is actually scheduled to pitch tomorrow. The Nationals have not made a decision yet as to who is going to be out there, but I did want to break that to you guys. I did. We will be covering the MLB trade deadline tomorrow throughout the entire morning / afternoon as well, and that'll be a lot of fun. Hopefully the Phillies can get something going. I don't expect Dave Dombrowski to make a game-changing move today. I think it's going to be more of a wait and see until tomorrow. But nonetheless, we'll be covering all of the trades. The Philadelphia Phillies are currently in a rain delay. We're going to be putting that up right now. So that's why we are not on the 3D side of things. So the Phillies are in a rain delay. As we mentioned before, other scores around Major League Baseball, the Braves have a 1-0 lead against the Washington Nationals. The Cardinals are up 1-0 against the Toronto Blue Jays. The White Sox lead at 3-0 against the Tampa Bay Rays. Rangers and Astros are scoreless. That game is in the top of the second inning. And then you got Guardians leading at 2-0 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. That is in the top of the fourth. The Marlins are playing against the Mets. That's in the top of the fourth inning as well. And then you got Reds and Pirates on. That game is in the bottom of the third. It's a 4-0 lead for the Cincinnati Reds. All right, so what I'm going to do, chat, is I'm going to make a poll. I am going to make a poll right now. And you guys are going to vote on this poll. All right? You're going to vote on which game we should do. You're going to get you're going to get about 10 minutes or so. 10 minutes, okay? And whoever wins this poll is going to be the winner, okay? We are going to decide which game to do. So let's end this poll right now. You're going to have 2 games to pick from. 2 games that are currently going on at this moment in time. Should we do? All right, we're going to either decide on the Marlins game or the Braves game. That is the poll. Let us know what you guys want down below. That is the poll. I will give you 10 minutes for you to make your decisions. Marlins or Mets or Braves versus, who are they playing? The Braves are playing the Washington Nationals. Nationals actually just tied it up 1-1 in the top of the fourth inning. So I will give you guys 10 minutes to decide that. Also, by the way, chat, if you guys want to become a member, memberships are $2.99 a month. You can become a member today for just $2.99. What do you get with the gifted memberships? Well, members, I should say, get access to all these really cool emojis. And these are what the emojis look like. All right, so you got a Bryce Harper emoji right here. You got a Brandon Marsh emoji right here. I'm going to spam the chat for a second. Here's a Zach Wheeler one. You get access to all of these incredible emojis. And it's cool because obviously when things are going well in the chat, we say spam the emotes. And you can participate in that. And it's a really cool thing to just be able to do. It's also a really good way to show support to the channel if you guys want. Today is August 2nd. You know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to be really generous today, and I am going to gift out free memberships, all right? Who wants, let me see, join the channel, it says, membership gifting. There we go. All right, I'm going to gift out 5 memberships right now. I don't usually do this, but I'm going to send 5 memberships to people that are here in the chat. It is totally randomized. Here are the memberships. Let's go. Congratulations to all the new members. We got Buttercup. We got Big Bud. 411 Shirley. Phantom 93 and ESPN 123. Congratulations to you guys. You are now members of Play by Play with JJ. Congratulations to you. This is the link if you guys want to become a member. This is what you do. You click on that link right there. Thank you all again so much for being on here. And thank you for all participating in chats. Congratulations! We just got word from the Philadelphia Phillies that they just outrighted Stuart Baroa. Stuart Baroa just got outrighted right now by the Philadelphia Phillies. That is breaking news. The Diamondbacks, the Phillies, the Rays, and the Rangers are scouting Clay Holmes, who's on his rehab start for the New York Mets. So I did just want to also put that out there as well. So yes, there they are. Congratulations again to all the members. It's a random draw. It is. I cannot specify who I'd like to give the membership to. If I would give it to all of you. I really would. So, all right. About another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll decide on which game that we're going to do. The Marlins are obviously closer to the Philadelphia Phillies when it comes to the wild card race, but the Atlanta Braves are still winning the NL East division, so you decide which game you guys want us to cover. The Marlins are playing the Mets, and obviously the Braves are playing against the Nationals. So that is the decision. Which game do you want us to cover until the rain delay is over? If you can't see at the very top of the screen, the Philadelphia Phillies are in a rain delay. I can never see the Braves here in Nashville, in the Nashville area. I got you. No worries. BW, what's going on, BW? How you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it, folks. As always, make sure that you guys go subscribe to Orioles Birdwatcher. He does an awesome job covering the Baltimore Orioles games. Anna Jane Petty, thank you so much for the sub over on YouTube. I appreciate it very, very much. I did not put on the streamer bot. I'm going to do that right now as we speak. Junior is still tuning on in over on TikTok. Shout out to you. RC also just joined on TikTok as well. Thank you so much for being on here. So, yeah, all right. Give me about another 5 minutes or so. 5 minutes. I'm going to take a step off, and then I'll get the iPad all set up for you guys, and then I will just change things over, and we'll call the Atlanta Braves game until further notice, okay? 5 minutes. Unless you guys decide that you guys want us to cover the Marlins game. So whichever one wins, wins. But after the 5 minutes are up, then we'll have a decision. All right, see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Be right back, and I will see you in just a little bit.
graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
All right, everybody, we are back. Just in case you're wondering what is going on, the Philadelphia Phillies are currently in a rain delay, so you guys asked for it. You guys voted for it. We're going to be doing the Atlanta Braves game. The Braves are actually tied 2-2 against the Washington Nationals. Before we even head on over there, though, just to take a look at the MLB standings right now, the Atlanta Braves right now, as we speak, are 8 games above the Philadelphia Phillies in the National League East standings. They have been doing a really good job over their last 10 games. They've actually won 4 straight games in a row. They're 7-3 over their last 10. Phillies are 2-8 in their last 10, so they have been definitely gaining some ground. The Braves also in the National League have the 3rd best record. They are 3 games in back of the Dodgers for the 2nd seed in the National League standings. The Dodgers are half a game behind the Milwaukee Brewers. That is how things stand right now at this current moment in time. So as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning with 2 outs out in Atlanta, we'll catch you up on everything. Mauricio Dubon is going to be up to bat. And here we go. First pitch to Dubon. That's taken for a ball. So it's 2-2 in the bottom of the 4th. The Braves are tied with the Washington Nationals in this ball game. Matt Olson just tied things up. The Nationals had the lead. And the Braves just tied things back. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and this is fouled away. Yaz homered in the bottom of the 3rd. Andres Chaparro got hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. That allowed Ruiz to score, and then Wood of the sac fly to make it 2-1. And on one swing of the bats, Atlanta tied it back. 2-2, bottom of the 4th. 2 outs, nobody on. Once again, we're in a rain delay out in Baltimore, so the Phillies game will hopefully resume soon. We'll let you know when it does resume and when the start time for the 3rd inning will be. The pitch, and that's outside for ball 2. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Two balls, 1 strike in the bottom of the 4th. The 2-1, that's outside for ball 3. Adam, it's good to see you talking in the chat. It's nice. What's up, Adam? Happy birthday to you, buddy. 3 balls, 1 strike. The 3-1 pitch. Nats grounded sharply over to 3rd. Play it on the hop, and the throw across the diamond is in plenty of time. The inning is over. And that is going to make us go to the 5th inning. All right, we're tied 2-2 out in Atlanta. The Braves lineup today. By the way, O'Neal Gaynor, thank you so much for the sub over on YouTube. I appreciate it very, very much. We are at 11,828. We are less than 200 subs away, chat, from getting to 12,000 on YouTube. We are less than 200 away from getting to 12,000 on YouTube. If you could help us get there, I would really appreciate it. When you subscribe to the channel, you're basically just following the channel. You're not paying for anything. All you're doing is just paying for your time. That's it. Same thing with hitting the thumbs up button. The more likes and the more subs that we get, the more Phillies, the more baseball fans that we get. That's how simple as it works. After the game is done, the Philadelphia Phillies game, that is. After the game is over, we will have a post-game show. I always love it when you guys call into the post-game show and leave me your voicemail messages and also just talk on air. I think it's a really cool thing to get people involved in doing. I know that not everybody likes to call in, but if you want to call in and give me your thoughts and have your time to shine, you can. That's what the post-game show is for. You call in, you give me your thoughts, and you give the rest of the people your thoughts as well. And we react to that. That's how it goes. JJ, in 1997, I attended NFL with Mr. Ross. Ross Productions. Met a very interesting gentleman named Sean. Small world, dear. Met Mr. Ross at Ross Productions. That's really cool. That's awesome. He was a very interesting gentleman. That's awesome. That sounds great. What else do we got? Adam says do both games. Yeah, I'm not going to do that today. I gave you a choice. You guys voted for the Braves. That was the deal. That was the deal. Bottom of the fifth, or top of the fifth, that is. And the pitch, swing and a miss to Dylan Cruz. Infinity Stone. Oh, well, we're talking about the Dodgers. Let's go, Dodgers. Let's go. Scoobell's the final Infinity Stone. The 0-1 pitch. That's chopped foul. And it's 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes, top of the fifth. I will say, if the Dodgers lose, if they don't make it, that would be the biggest disappointment in baseball history. If they lose, that would be the biggest disappointment. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch, and it's fouled away. A team could technically still get hot. On paper, the Dodgers obviously have the best team, and obviously they should be the favorite. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards left field, and that is caught for out number 1 in the top of the 5th inning. Give them credit, though. I'm not ruining their parade, but I am saying if, no one's talking about this because there still is a chance that they lose. And if they do, that goes down as the biggest disappointment in baseball history. 1 out. And here comes Abrams. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Are they an even bigger disappointment than the 2026 Mets? Absolutely they are. 1,000%. No balls. 1 strike. The 0-1 is inside for a ball. One ball, 1 strike. Top of the 5th. 1 out. And the pitch is in there for a strike. JJ, would you trade Bryce Harper? What am I getting in return for Bryce Harper? Joanne says I call it karma. We should just give them Schwarber. What difference does it make? Are we pretending this is even a competitive sport? The 1-2 pitch. Popped up right behind home plate. And that goes out of play. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, top of the 5th. Phillies are in our rain delay. In case you're wondering, we'll let you know any sort of updates on when the game is going to resume. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. There's out number 2 in the top of the 5th. After this inning is done, we are going to go say hi to Orioles Bird Watcher. Just make sure that you guys come say hi to BW with me. That'd be really cool. I'd take at least a year's work stoppage to get a salary cap. 2 outs, top of the 5th. The pitch, and that's in there for a strike. Here's my problem, though. Like, if this was the Phillies, and obviously it's not, but we wouldn't be saying anything. We'd be celebrating. The 0-1, that's fouled away. So, I'm making that, I'm just saying that because, people want to act like it's not fair, but guess what? If we were in the Dodgers' shoes, if we had assets to go get a guy like Skubal, and we were spending a ridiculous amount of money, we'd be just so happy, and we'd be so upset with this whole lockout thing, because then it would impact our team. The 0-2, that's fouled off. I've seen people blaming the lockout on the Dodgers. Why? I don't know enough, says Joanne. It's not their fault. They're spending money. They're drafting good players. They're developing elite talent. That's what they're doing. The 0-2, and that is down for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Correct. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top of the 5th, and nobody on. And the 1-2 pitch to Keibert Ruiz, and that's fouled away. Let's go. What's BW doing? He's playing Yahtzee. Ruiz in the box. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2. That's popped up again. Out over towards shallow right field. The catch is made by Albies, and we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th inning out in Atlanta. All right, let's go say hi to Orioles Birdwatcher. Let's go give him a raid and say hello to BW. I'm going to drop his link right now. Go give him a like. Go give him a sub as well, and I will see you back on here in just a few moments. Wayne, who else? Who else went on over? Wayne, Jose, PJ, Lou, and if I didn't shout your name, for those of you who went to go say hi to BW, thank you so much for doing that. Scott as well. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very, very much. Bottom of the 5th inning, by the way, out in Atlanta. It's a 1-0 count to Mike Yastrzemski, who homered for the Braves in the 3rd inning. 1 ball, no strikes. Bottom of the 5th. 1-0. And that is bunted foul. Here's another question that I have for you. All right, would you rather have Skubal go to the Braves/Brewers, or would you rather have him go to the Dodgers if you're a Phillies fan? Would you have rather had Skubal go to the Dodgers, or would you have said, you know what, if he went to the Braves or the Brewers, I'm cool with it? I'd be more cool with it. The 1-1, and that's fouled away. I would not have been cool with it, personally. I don't want the Brewers to get Skubal. I don't want the Braves to get Skubal. Then they get better, and obviously, yes, they make it more competitive for the Dodgers, but if I'm the Phillies, I want to be the number 2 team. And I'd rather have him go to the Dodgers rather than having to face another team that can be a contender, especially within the Phillies division or even in the same league as the Phillies. The 1-2, and that's down and away for ball 2. I just rolled back through rain delay ended, and we were all tied up. Yes. Two balls, 2 strikes, the 2-2 pitch, and he has grounds one sharply over towards second on the ground, and it's thrown over to first. There's out number 1. Brewers are scary good, says Joanne. See, and I don't want to make the Brewers better, because then that increases their chances to take off the Dodgers, right? So I would much rather just have the Dodgers just get them than anybody else. I don't know. Maybe that's flawed. Any way you look at it, I still want to beat the Brewers. They still have a chance to pick up a decent arm. Absolutely, they did. Here's the pitch. That's a strike. But would you have rather had Skubal go to the Dodgers? Or sorry, would you have rather had him go to the Braves/Brewers? Or would you just said, you know what, just go to the Dodgers? 0-1 pitch, line drive hit down the right field line, and that's a fair ball, and that's going to go all the way towards the corner. And there is a 1-out double here in the bottom of the 5th by Austin Riley. Feels weird rooting for the Nationals, says JJ. Yeah. Why not have the players pick their teams like the NBA does, says Big Bud. Bottom of the 5th, 1 out. Runner over at second. Cade Cavalli is pitching. And the pitch is grounded back up the middle. And the shortstop, Abrams, has it. Throws it over to first. And it's going to be dropped by the first baseman. And Riley is going to be waved home. It's a 3-2 lead for the Atlanta Braves. Abrams made a bad throw over to first. It bounced off the glove of the first baseman for Washington. And it's a 3-2 lead for Atlanta. Still no updates yet on when this Philadelphia Phillies game is going to resume. Once they do resume, it'll be the bottom of the 3rd inning. Great. I would have preferred any other team than the Dodgers. Okay. And why? Why would you have preferred? So you would much rather... Yeah. Tell me why. So it's a 3-2 lead. Andres Chaparro dropped it over at first. It was a high throw, but I still think he should have caught it. One out, runner over at first. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Folks, don't forget to like and don't forget to subscribe. Jemison Tyone just got traded from the Chicago Cubs to the Blue Jays. Huh. Interesting. Tyone had a 5.92 ERA in 15 starts with the Chicago this season and was DFA'd last Monday. 1 out, runner over at first. Bottom of the 5th. Drake Baldwin is up, and Baldwin takes the pitch. That's down for a ball. Because MLB is the strongest players union, they think that If they can hold out long enough, the owners will fold, because they always have. Not this time, though. The toss back over to first. Larry, would you have rather seen Scuba go to the Brewers or the Braves compared to the Dodgers? Or did it not matter? The Dodgers were already the favorite to win it all. Them having Scuba doesn't change anything to me. The pitch is taken down for a ball, so it's 1 ball, no strikes. That lead didn't last long. Nope. 3-2 Atlanta. Bottom of the 5th, 1 out. And a runner over at first. And the 1-0 pitch. That's outside for ball 2. I do think the Tigers actually got a good package, though. Larry says, no, I want a salary cap. 2-0, and that's down for ball 3. I think a salary cap, though, would be really bad for the Phillies. I think that would hurt them because the Phillies have been paying a lot of money to their guys because they can't draft well. So that's the other way I look at it, too. 3-0 pitch, grounded over towards second. The throw to shortstop, there's 1. The throw to first, there's 2. That's a 4-6-3 double play. And we're going to go to the 6th inning. It's a 3-2 lead for the Atlanta Braves. And the Braves are up by a run. Hey, Buddy Kennedy signed with the Giants. How many of you think that having a salary cap would actually hurt the Phillies? Drop a 1 if you believe it would hurt the Phillies, or a 2 if you think it wouldn't hurt the Phillies as a team. Phillies are still in a rain delay, by the way. It's a 2-0 lead out in Baltimore. Bobo says 1. Elaine says 1. Larry says 2. Rebecca says 1. Leonard says 1. 3, I don't care. We need it anyway, says Incano. Okay. Anybody else? Drop a 1 if you think having a salary cap would hurt the Philadelphia Phillies. Drop a 2 if you don't think it would. Scott says 2. All right, so we're going to the top of the 6th inning. Top of the 6th. The Nationals are going to come on up to the plates. Patrick says 1. The pitch. That's in there for a strike. David says 1. Mark says 2. Salary cap helps the game in general. If that hurts a particular team, the team is poorly run. Pitch. Now it's 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Neil says a salary cap would even things out. Didner Fuentes is pitching. The 1-2 to Tenya, swing and a miss. And there's out number 1 in the top of the 6th inning. Jay, do you think a year-long strike would destroy baseball? No, I don't. I don't think that it would destroy baseball. Here's why. There's still going to be a hunger. The ratings were doing really well before this whole thing happened. They added the pitch clock. If anything, do I think it would hurt baseball itself? I think, let me rephrase that. I think it would hurt baseball itself, yes. But I think for fandom, I think it would actually increase more fans to come back and say, darn it, like I miss baseball. You know? I think that there'd be more of a hunger for baseball. Especially when it's June and July. The 1-1, that's fouled away. So I think it hurts the sport, but I think for fandom, I think it would actually deprive fans, and they would be more willing to do whatever it takes to get baseball back. 1-2 pitched, and Nasim Nunez swing and a miss, and there's out number 2 in the top of the 6th inning. Fuentes gets himself 2 strikeouts in a row. Yeah. What time do you think the Phillies game will be back on? I have no clue. I have not gotten a word yet as to when the delay is over or how long the delay is. All I know is that we're doing the Braves game until we get further notice on when the game will be back. I wish I could tell you. I wish that I could be a field manager. I wish I could be a predictor of when the weather will stop. I can't. I don't have any control. 1-0 is inside for ball 2. It would hurt local sports media like NBC Sports Philadelphia, already in trouble, says Joanne. 2-0 pitch, fly ball hit out over to right, and the catch is made for out number 3. I mean, you don't realize this, but yeah, it would hurt me. Absolutely, it would hurt me. Absolutely. For sure. But, at the end of the day, you have to adjust. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do, man. Wait for all the fans who will say, never again, I'm done with baseball. They'll be back, for sure. I like that thought, JJ. A more hunger for baseball. It's a great quote. Well, it's true. Once you get deprived of something and you want it back, think about the ratings for baseball when it does return. People are going to be, especially if it's during the summertime, there's going to be so many people in front of those TVs. Even just watching a Royals versus whatever game it is, they're going to be just excited that baseball is back. Now, obviously, that's not going to be their matchup that they're going to want as the first matchup. It'll probably be like Yankees-Dodgers or whatever. But, there is definitely a want for baseball. So I think that it would, as Larry said, like hurt them in the short term, but in the long term, I think that the fans, it'll benefit them. It would. So, JJ working on being Nostradamus as a hobby. Yeah. Top of the 6th. It's 3-2. 3-2 Atlanta. Top of the 6th. Baldwin grounded into a double play to end the top of the 6th, excuse me. So we're technically going to the bottom of the 6th. O'Neal Gaynor, once again, thank you so much for the sub on YouTube. I appreciate it. Acuna is up to bat. He's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. It's a 3-2 lead for the Atlanta Braves. Phillies again are in a rain delay. That game is currently in the bottom of the 3rd out in Baltimore. It's 2-0 Phillies. Acuna is up. 1 ball, no strikes. Bottom of the 6th. 3-2 Braves. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the 1-0 pitch to Ronald Acuna Jr. That's in there for a strike. One ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. And it's 1-2. You think if baseball had less games, more people would watch? Do you think we do anything by the trade deadline? Absolutely, Neil. Dave Dombrowski's not going to stay still. The question is he going to provide needle movers at the deadline? And that, to me, is uncertain. The 2-2 pitch to Acuna. Grounded back up the middle, and second baseman backhands it. Throws it over to first, and Acuna, did he get tagged out? They say no. A bad throw by the second baseman for the Washington Nationals. And that was Nasim Nunez. Even though it was a tough play, Nunez had to get up the middle. He tried to backhand it, and he had to throw it on the run. And Acuna avoided the swipe from Brady House. That was actually a tough play. That was a tough play. And House caught it, and he was not even able to put a glove on Ronald Acuna Jr. Toss back over to first, and that is not in time. Imagine the pitchers had to start multiple games in a row. No balls, one strike. The pitch to Olsen. Check swing, he went around. And it's 0-2 in the bottom of the sixth. Football is different because it's 20 games total. Baseball is 162. 20 games total? What are you counting, preseason? If you're counting preseason, then baseball is 192 games. Pretty much. 0-2 to Olsen. And that is lined foul, out of play. So Wheeler is likely done for today. Can he pitch the next game? Absolutely not. I mean, he could, but the Phillies are not going to do that. And not any other baseball team would do that because that goes against the analytics Bible. Yeah, I was counting preseason. Gotcha. Would you trade Marsh for a good right-handed hitter, says Fleetwoody. Dude, I love that name, by the way. Would you trade Marsh for a good right-handed hitter? Anything's on the table for me, chat. The 0-2 pitch, and that's fouled away. I like Brandon Marsh, too. And that says a lot for me. Took me a while to come around on them. But if they could get, like, a superstar for him, then how can you resist that? No balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the sixth. And the pitch to Olsen is lined out to left off the end of the bat for a base hit. And the Braves have 2 runners on. Here's the throw to third to get Acuna. And he is out at third base. Acuna was being very aggressive there. And that came back to bite the Atlanta Braves. Oh, yes, it did. Can't believe that he was like, you know what, I'm gonna test the arm here. Tried to be aggressive, but ended up not working out in his favor, and he actually overslid the bag. He did. He took too long of a dive there and just slipped off the bag and got tagged out. He actually made it in there safely and then got tagged out. So 1 out in the bottom of the sixth. The runner from first does go on over to second. So it's a single, and the runner advances on the double. Or advances over to second base. That's Matt Olson. The pitch. Now it's 1 ball, no strikes. Would you trade Painter for Randy Arozarena from Seattle? I would. I would do it. I would do it. Yeah. 1-0 pitch. That's down and away for ball 2. I would definitely trade for Randy Arozarena. I think that he would give the lineup more of a boost. But we'd have to get another starting pitcher, too. That just can't be the only deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, there would have to be more meat on the bones to that. 2-0 to Harris. That ball was grounded foul towards the third base line, towards the left side. Definitely, I would trade Painter for a melted Kit Kat, says JG. Even though he pitched pretty good in his last outing. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bottom of the 6th. Runner at second. That's Matt Olson. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. The 2-1 is outside for ball 3. Hit that thumbs up button, chat. Still got a good amount of people tuning on in. Still got 238 people watching. You guys are the best, man. We got 164 likes. 238 of you have not hit the thumbs up button. The pitch grounded over towards short, and the throw over to first is in time. Olson does go over to third. And there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. Still no timetable as to when the Phillies are going to be resuming just yet. We have not gotten an alert. The tarp is coming off, says Phillies Nation. Tarp is up, but the infield is going to need some work, says Tim Kelly. That was reported about 4 minutes ago. Ozzie Albies is up. 2 outs, runner over at third. Bottom of the 6th. And here's the pitch. That's chopped foul towards the right side. Yordan Alvarez now leads Major League Baseball with a .329 average after his 3rd hit and 2nd double of the day. No balls, 1 strike. And here we go, the 0-1 pitch. And that's fouled back towards the screen. No balls, 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch grounded over towards the right side. First baseman picks it up, throws, and actually takes it over to the bag himself for out number 3. We're going to go to the 7th inning. It's a 3-2 lead for the Atlanta Braves. Who's the most underrated player in Major League Baseball? I think it's Jose Ramirez. He has not had a good season, though. Like, Jose Ramirez has just not had a good year at all. For his standards, he just has not. I know that he had some injuries that he was dealing with, but he's just not been the Jose Ramirez that we've been accustomed to. Now, does a change of scenery help him out? Possibly. If Jose Ramirez is on the move, what would you do to go get Jose Ramirez? I don't think that he's going to be moved by Cleveland, but would you trade some of your rental players for a guy like Jose Ramirez? I would lean more towards no, but then again, I love Jose Ramirez. It's just another guy, though, that's 33 years old, and that is just, he's getting older. I don't know, though. Maybe he does a better job with the Philadelphia Phillies. I'm on the fence about it right now, but if that's what it takes for this team to go out there and compete for a World Series, I guess you got to put in all the chips. I just wouldn't put in all my chips for a guy like Jose Ramirez. It would have to be Jose Ramirez and a starter. It would have to be, there's no one size fits all. I was watching Birdwatcher stream last night. It was a lot of fun, and I didn't get my wrist slapped for saying an adult word, says Steven. Different rules, different channel. That's funny, though. He likes to try to keep it clean, though, in his chat, too. But he's more lenient about it. I just, that's just how I roll, though. We're going to the 7th inning, by the way. It's a 3-2 lead for the Atlanta Braves. The Yankees are trying to complete a trade for Nationals first baseman Luis Garcia Jr. Just got that report from John Heyman. No balls, 1 strike. The 0-1 to Brady House is high for a ball. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Anybody have an update? Phillies are probably going to need multiple guys to wear one for them to get through this game and then potentially be optioned tomorrow for fresh arms. The pitch, fouled away. Who do you think would be better, Adele or Ward, if the Phillies were to get one of them? I like Joe Adele. Joe Adele is a really good defensive player. He can also hit really well. He has familiarity with Brandon Marsh. I think that would be a really good move, too. If you were to tell me that that's their one outfielder that they would get, I'd be fine with that. Next pitch, and Fuentes is able to complete himself another strikeout in the top of the 7th. And there's 1 out. Nationals down by a run. It's 3-2, Atlanta. The pitch to James Wood, and a called strike at the knees. Adele robs home runs, and he can hit. Everybody just remembers his 3-homer Rob game. The pitch grounded over to first, and the throw over to Fuentes is in plenty of time for out number 2. Keep smashing that thumbs up button. We still got 250 people on here, and we have 174 likes. We are 26 likes away, chat, from getting to 200. 2 gone, top of the 7th. Dalen Lyle is up to bat for the Nationals. The pitch, and that's inside for a ball. My ideal trade deadline for the Philadelphia Phillies is this. 1-0 pitch, popped back towards the screen. This is what I would like. This would be a home run trade deadline for me, and this is me just dreaming, okay? I don't think anything like this would happen. This is what it would look like. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 1-2 is the count. Hunter Green in the rotation. Go out there and get Hunter Green for the Philadelphia Phillies. And then go get Chapman in the bullpen. And go get Joe Adele in the outfield. And Alex Call as well. That is my ideal trade deadline for the Philadelphia Phillies right now. If they can do that, I would feel better about this team. Next pitch, that's a called strike 3. We're going to go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It's 3-2. Yeah, the tarp's been off the field. We just have not gotten a word yet on when the Phillies game is about to resume. The Orioles ground crew is running back onto the field. There's no restart time announced. Okay. Still nothing. It's 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, by the way, chat. Phillies are in the bottom of the 3rd out in Baltimore. They lead it 2-0 against the Orioles. Not enough prospects, but definitely a dream. Yeah. That is my ideal trade deadline. Go out there and get yourself a really good starter in Hunter Green. Get yourself a really good bullpen arm in Aroldis Chapman. Solidify that bullpen. Get yourself another bat. And then have like 2 outfielders, right? Go get Alex Call. I'm fine with that. Alex Call can't be your splash outfield move, though. I will say, though, if they do get Luis Ariz, I would not be upset about that either. I would not be upset with that move. I know he's another lefty, but he's the best contact hitter in the game. So if you were to say, well, would you rather have Luis Ariz or Joe Adele if you were to go out there and get a guy like Alex Call? I would actually say Personally, I would be fine, I guess, if they got Alex Call, but then they boosted up the lineup a little bit with Luis Ariz. I think that would be okay too. But that is sort of my ideal trade deadline. It's just not a one-size-fits-all, though, type of a thing, you know? Would need to get the Sixers GM. Yeah, we have to get Mike Anzi and Bob Myers for sure. Yeah, or we'd have to get Howie, or just both. Just both, man. Both guys. It's 3:31 p.m. Eastern Time. Apparently, Caitlin Clark must be going off today. Get ready for a lot of Chase Shugart, Seth Johnson, and Kyle Backus for tomorrow, by the way, chat. Get ready. Especially because the deadline's tomorrow, too. I'm just saying. A lot of moves are going to be made with this bullpen today. Because Zach Wheeler's day is done. He's not going back out there for pitching after this rain delay, certainly. And yeah. How about all three, JJ? Yeah, let's just go get Byron Buxton. Let's go get Mike Trout. Let's go get Chapman. Let's go get Hunter Green. And let's also get Adley Rutschman at catcher. Actually, I don't want Adley Rutschman. I'd rather have JT. Adley's a better hitter, but I still think JT is the better person at calling the games. Huh. Is JT untouchable? That would be something. That would be something. Orlando Rebalta is on the pitch. The pitch is up high and inside for a ball. Now that's interesting. Would you trade JT to go get a bat like a guy in Joe Adell? 1-0 pitch, and that's down for ball 2. I don't know. I think it's a good question. I'm not saying I would do it. 2-0 pitch, line drive, base hit out to left field by Dubon, and he gets on with a leadoff single. Bilbo says, heck no. Heck no, I would not do it. It's an interesting thought. Neil says yes. Rebalta gets set at the letters, and the pitch is outside for a ball. And it actually is overturned to a strike, as Yastrzemski didn't challenge it. I thought that was certainly a ball. So it's no balls and 1 strike, bottom of the 7th, and that's outside and low for a ball. One ball, 1 strike. And here's the pitch. And that is lined foul towards the right side. I guess if you were to trade JT, you would have to get some sort of catcher in return, because the catching depth on this team is terrible. The 1-2 pitch. And that is outside and high for ball 2. So you would not trade JT. But you would be more open to trading JT compared to Bryce Harper, right? Throw on over to second. The throw's not in time, and that's going to get by the second baseman, Abrams. And we have a runner over at third base now. Oh, boy. Rebalta just threw that ball away. So he was making the throw over to second. Abrams could not make the stop. Couldn't even catch it. The ball went towards his opposite side. And it's 2-2 to Yastrzemski. The pitch is outside and high for ball 3. So apparently they've been performing surgery on the infield for 20 minutes. They haven't touched the mound or the batter's box yet. No resumption time yet. Good news is there's more rain to come, according to Matt Gelb. Three and two to Mike Yastrzemski as we are in the bottom of the 7th. Runner at third. Nobody out. And the 3-2 pitch. And Yaz flies one out to deep center field. This will stay in the park. The catch is made. But the Braves get themselves another run on an RBI sacrifice fly as Dubon scores. And it's 4-2 Atlanta. 4-2 is the score. Tonight, it'll be Boston versus LA. The Dodgers play the Red Sox in a 2018 World Series rematch. Here's the pitch to Austin Riley, and that is outside. On the outside corner for a called strike. Dombrowski says, stay the course. We got a great group of guys. The pitch grounded over towards second. The throw on over to first base is in time to get out number 2. Excellent play by Nasim Nunez. He made a really good throw, too, over on the back end. Harper can go anytime for someone better. Phillies need to make it rain before the trade deadline, says Ben. Once again, we're going to be covering the trade deadline tomorrow. We're going to be starting early. Probably around 8 o'clock-ish or so. That's when we'll probably start our stream. And then we're going all the way till 6. It's going to be a while. And obviously, if there's any sort of breaking news that happens overnight, we'll be covering it. And then we'll be going live talking about any big news that happens overnight. 1-0 pitch. That's outside for ball 2. It's a slider. This is Jim Jarvis who's up to bat. 2 balls, no strikes. Bottom of the 7th. Atlanta in the driver's seat for now. It's 4-2. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. The Astros are playing the Rangers. It's 3-2 Houston. As that game goes to the top of the 6th. The 2-1 pitch. Fouled back. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Phillies are just 1.5 games above the Marlins. Just 1.5. 2-2 pitch, and that's a called strike 3, and the Nationals are going to go to the top of the 8th inning. It's 4-2 Atlanta. 4-2 Braves. We're looking to try to get their 67th win of the season. Philadelphia Phillies game might not ever start back, says Scott. Oh, they're getting this game in today, my friend. They will absolutely get the rest of this game in today. They are not going to reschedule this. I can guarantee you that. Because baseball would definitely lose money for that. They're not going to reschedule this. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If you look at the weather radar, I use NOAA app. Rain is leaving Baltimore. There's still more broken up bits below DC moving up. Not like the large concentrated rain that just went through. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see when baseball is going to resume, but obviously it's not close. Even if they test the infield and it becomes good, then they have to get warmed up. And that will take them about another 30 to 40 minutes or so for them to just resume the game. Right now, we should probably be in about like the 7th or the 8th inning. But that's just not the case. Time is at 3:41. Other scores around Major League Baseball, if we take a look, it's 4-2 Braves. You got the Cardinals and the Blue Jays tied at 1. That game's going to the 9th. White Sox and Rays are also on. It's a 5-0 lead for the Chicago White Sox. Tell you what, Anthony Kay pitched really well today. Anthony Kay, 6 1/3, 7 hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. He has been terrific. Absolutely. The Marlins have a 1-0 lead. That game is in the top of the 8th inning out in New York. So the Mets are getting shut out. Sandy Alcantara went 6 innings, allowed 4 hits, no runs, walked 2 batters, and he struck out 5. That is possibly his final outing as a Marlin. The pitch to Dylan Cruz. As Dylan Lee pitches, is taken for a ball. Lee gets set and fires. The 1-0 is high for ball 2. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the bell icons. Is there a chance the game could be suspended? I would doubt it. I mean, there is a chance. The 2-0 pitch, and it's in there for a strike. They don't play Baltimore again, though. That's the thing, is like, they're going to want to try to get in this game. To get the rest of this game in. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch. And a called strike 2. So what, it would get suspended until tomorrow, and then they would just have them drive up to D.C. after the game. I don't think that they would do that. Maybe not tomorrow, but like maybe Thursday. I don't know. The 2-2 pitch. It's down for ball 3. Are the Phillies off on Thursday? Oh, wait. They play in Philly. They don't play in D.C. I'm sorry. What am I talking about? The 3-2 pitch. And that's low for ball 4. And there is a leadoff walk to start off the 8th inning. That was Dylan Cruz who got on there. And the tying run is going to come on up to the plate. George! Abrams is up. C.J. Abrams takes a called strike. It's a 4-seamer on the outside corner for a strike. Liam Hicks on the trade block. We get a younger while improving, fills a bat and a catcher slot. Is he extended until the end of next season? Or would he just be a rental? No balls, 1 strike. Top of the 8th, the pitch, and that is up high and inside for a ball. Well, we just got a report that Yankees are acquiring Luis Garcia from the Nationals. That was posted by Mockbomb. If that is the case, that's good for the Yankees. Luis Garcia Jr., a power bat at second base. Also tells me that they're not getting a rise. The 1-1 pitch, that's in there for strike 2 to C.J. Abrams. Tim Kelly, they're working on the infield like there will be baseball tonight. However, no pitchers have emerged to warm up, and there's more rain in the forecast. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the 1-2 pitch, and a foul ball again to C.J. Abrams. It's taking too long. I got all day for this. I'm chilling. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Abrams is down on strikes. I know that not everybody does. There's out number 1 in the top of the 8th inning. Are they blow drying the field? They got a hair dryer. One gone, top of the 8th inning. Good point. I guess based off of his contract, it would be a rental if they don't extend him. That's right. One gone, top of the 8th, and a runner over at first. And the pitch grounded over towards third. Austin Riley picks it up, throws it over the second for 1. The throw to first, and that is a 5-4-3 double play. And the Braves go to the bottom of the 8th inning. They lead it 4-2 against the Washington Nationals. And they are going to come back on up to the plate. Again, just taking a look at the other NL East game that is going on right now. The Marlins are up 1-0 against the New York Mets. The Diamondbacks and the Guardians just went on into a rain delay themselves. That game is in the top of the 6th inning. I'm good on until 6 or so, says Big Bud. We still got a post-game show after this, too. So make sure that you guys stay on for that as well. I'm going to be on for a while today. Gavin Williams went 5 2/3. He struck out 10 batters, gave up no runs, only just 1 hit for Cleveland. If I'm the Guardians, I will be honest with you, I would be open to trading Gavin Williams and seeing what you could get for a guy like Gavin Williams. And if he goes to the Milwaukee Brewers, Gavin Williams makes the Brewers a better team. Gavin Williams is not getting a lot of talk right now, but the Brewers could give the Guardians a good deal to go out there and get him. And if they do, the Brewers could still be a problem. I don't know. They definitely have assets. That could be somebody that we're not even talking about that gets moved at the deadline, which would make things really interesting. By the way, the Giants play the Padres. That game will start at 4:10. It'll be at 4:10 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, here we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Atlanta Braves lead it 4-2. Again, in case you're just wondering, the Philadelphia Phillies are still in a rain delay. So that's what's going on. Nationals are down 4-2. Phillies lead it 2-0 against the Baltimore Orioles. Yeah, it's supposed to rain all week. Is that what the weather is supposed to be? That's great. Max Kranick is going to pitch for the Washington Nationals. The pitch is inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. The 1-0 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards deep right center field, and that is going to go back towards the track, but it's caught in front of the wall for out number 1. Baldwin got a mistake down the middle. Just could not do anything with it. Since the Nats sold Garcia, what bodes for Abrams and Woods? They're going to keep James Wood. James Wood is not going to be dealt. Abrams, he could still be on the move for sure. The pitch grounded over towards short. Picked up by CJ, and the throw to first base is in plenty of time for out number 2. Abrams, I could still see him being moved. But also, if I'm the Nationals, I'm trying to build something here. I'm trying to build around James Wood and C.J. Abrams. Like, what happens to all these bottom feeder teams is like they develop and then they trade the guys that they develop. So at what point, if you're a team, at what point do you just hold on to your homegrown talent and just try to build something? Because CJ's a really good player. Got to take a risk at some point. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. 1-0 pitch to Matt Olson, and this time he gets underneath the curve and flies it out over towards shallow right. The catch is made, and the Nationals are going to go to the 9th inning, and Raisel Iglesias will try to shut the door against the Washington Nationals. Okay, 4-2 game. Nationals are down to their final 3 outs. And they will come on up for the 9th inning. Folks, again, my name is Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ. If you are still here, comment a 1 down below. Drop a 1 if you're still here, because you're an MVP. You guys are all freaks, man. You are Philly freaks at best. We still got 235 Philly freaks tuning on in. Drop a 1 if you're still here. Let's go, baby. Look at all the ones. What's up, Kendrick? What's up, Shane? Atlantic City's still here. Michael's still here. Haley's still here. Look at this. Oh, it's great. Ben, Big Bud, T-Edits. Shout out to you guys. David's still here. Saw a post that said the tarp is off and they're cleaning the infield. Yeah, that was about a half hour ago. It's been a while since they've been doing that. Let's go, baby. Zach Mysel, 32 minutes ago. The umpires called for the tarp, and then the bench is cleared, and the only thing that dissipated the tension was the grounds crew needing to covering home plate with the tarp. Bizarre scene. Wait, what? Oh, that was during the Guardians game. What the heck? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's why the Guardians went into a delay. The umpires called for the tarp, and then the bench is cleared. And the only thing that dissipated the tension was the grounds crew needing to cover home plate with the tarp. Dude, that's insane. Oh, I've never seen anything like that happen before. That's pretty wild. Imagine breaking up a fight and just being like, yeah, we need you to break this up. You can't have this on home plate because we got to cover home plate right now because we got to put the tarp down. Take this over to the turf. Like, that's crazy. 1 ball, 1 strike, by the way. Iglesias is pitching to Tenya. And here's the pitch. That's fouled away. That is so funny. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the 9th, the 1-2 delivery. Chopped back right in front of the mound. Iggy has it, throws it over to first, and he is out at first base. What a play by Matt Olson to hang on to the bag. And there's 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. Again, I will continue to give you updates. I know that you guys are obviously curious as to when the Phillies game is going to resume. I really don't know. So you got to be patient with me. If you find something out, let me know. But there's nothing that I can do. So there's 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. It's a 4-2 lead for the Atlanta Braves. Once this game is done, we'll just go back to the Marlins game and see how that game ends. Marlins are playing against the New York Mets. Phillies are still in a delay. They're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Yep, they're putting the tarp back on. Okay. They are putting the tarp back on. 0-2 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards center field. The catch is made, and there's out number 2. And the Braves need one more out to complete another series win against the Washington Nationals. The tarp is back on the field. Jorbit Vivas is up to bat for the Washington Nationals. The pitch is down for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Top of the 9th. The 1-0 pitch inside for ball 2. Two balls, no strikes. The 2-0 pitch. And that is fouled off back towards the screen. It's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike to Jorbit Vivas. And the 2-1 pitch is outside for ball 3. And it's 3 balls and 1 strike. We still got a post-game show after this game. Let's get to 500 likes today, chat. Let's get to 500 likes. The 3-1, and that is down and in for ball 4, and the tying run is going to come on up to the plates. Vivas gets on. Iglesias this season, in case you're wondering, has 23 saves and a 2.31 ERA. 23 saves in a total of 25 opportunities. The pitch to House, and that looked low, and he will challenge this because it was called a strike. One ball, no strikes, top of the 9th inning. House in the box, the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball down Broadway for a called strike. And the count is 1-1. Marlins are going to the 9th. We'll go to that game after this one is done. The 1-1 pitch is down for ball 2. Did the Phillies get anyone yet? The 2-1 pitch fouled off. They did make a move, though. They did outright Stuart Baroa. Remember that outfielder that they had that they called up a long time ago? By a long time ago, it was like June. He got sent down. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. And the Braves hang on and beat the Nationals by a final score of 4-2. The Atlanta Braves win their 67th time of the season. They are 67-45. And now taking a look at the NL East standings, they are 8.5 games above the Philadelphia Phillies in the National League East. So that is what's going on. The Braves beat the Nationals. The rain delay out in Baltimore still continues for the Philadelphia Phillies. And with that, we're going to change things now over to the Marlins game. The Marlins are up to bat in the top of the 9th inning against the New York Mets. So we'll go check up on them. The Marlins lead it 1-0 in their ball game. Okay, it's a 1-0 lead for the Miami Marlins. And this is what the box score looks like. Devin Williams is actually pitching. Devin Williams will pitch the top of the 9th. Marlins lead it 1-0. Kyle Stowers is up to bat. And the Marlins are looking to try to keep up with the Philadelphia Phillies and possibly get in as a third wild card team. Oh, man. Please keep the chat kid-friendly. The pitch to Stowers. Fly ball hit out over towards the left. And the catch is made for out number 1 by the left fielder of the New York Mets. and that is A.J. Ewing. Thought this was the Phillies game for a second and was like, what the heck happened? Yeah, we're in a rain delay, my friend. We're still in a rain delay. It's been going on for almost like an hour and a half. If the Phillies game resumed, Wheeler's not going to go. He probably won't. No, he's not going back out there. He's not going back out there. 1-0 Marlins, top of the ninth. And here's Otto Lopez, who takes a called strike at the knees. No balls and 1 strike to Otto Lopez. The Yankees are up. They lead it 2-1 against the Cubs. Keep smashing that thumbs up button. We have 198 likes. We're not even at 200 yet. Come on, let's go. 32 of you have not hit the thumbs up button. Let's go, baby. Top of the ninth. And the pitch. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Phillies do have a 2-0 lead. And when they do resume play, it'll go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. They lead it 2-0 on a 2-run shot by Brian De La Cruz. 1 ball, 2 strikes, top of the ninth. 1 out. Devin Williams is pitching for the New York Mets. The Giants game will get started in about 8 minutes from now. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Down for ball 2. I think we got started our stream at like 1 o'clock or like 1:05, so we're almost on the 3-hour marker. Denbrew with the 21 months. Thank you so much. Drop the MVPs for Denbrew. The 2-2 pitch and a foul ball hit towards the right side. Phillies and Orioles are expected to resume play at 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday. Okay. That's from Underdog, just reported a minute ago. So play will resume in 12 minutes. The 2-2 pitch, it's a foul ball. So the Phillies will be back on in 12 minutes. Just got the word. That's what's going on. Just got reported that they'll be back at 4:15. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch grounded off of Devin Williams and back over to second. No throw made over to first. And Lopez gets on with an infield single in the top of the 9th inning with 1 out. Otto Lopez gets aboard. The Phillies will resume play at 4:15. Okay? Make the announcement heard. I will post it right now, actually, in my chat. Okay. Unpin the message. Let's start a new pin. It's not what I wanted. Close. The Phillies will resume play at 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time. That's in 10 minutes. And in 2 minutes, it'll be in 8 minutes. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. The pitch, that's in there for a strike to Xavier Edwards. No balls, 1 strike. Kyle Backus just walked out to the bullpen, according to Tim Kelly. 1 ball, 1 strike. The runner goes over to second for Miami. And again, they lead it 1-0. May the good Lord walk with our bullpen. It's just hardcore. That's where you probably just typed that and then I just said something. And now you think differently. How many times have you guys hit the backspace button because I said something that was like pretty much on point with what you were going to say? 1 ball, 1 strike, or like changed your thoughts. Or just answered your question. 1 ball, 1 strike, top of the 9th. Runner at second, 1 out. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. I feel like that probably happens all the time. Hardcore's laughing. Just when you're thinking something, I say something. Elaine says I have. I like to know these things. We're still in a rain delay. Yeah, okay. I just highlighted the message, and I don't know if you can see it. The Phillies will resume play at 4:15. I just put it in the live chat. It's a pinned message at the top. 1-2 pitch, line drive, base hit out to center field. The Marlins are going to send the runner from second all the way to home plate. The throw is not in time. It's a 2-0 lead for Miami, and that adds on to the Marlins lead. Sometimes I have to stop myself from typing what I really want to type, says Hardcore. That happens to me too. That happens to me as well. So the Phillies are going to resume again at 4:15. It's posted in the live chat. Look at the pinned comments. 2-0 Marlins. Top of the 9th. 1 out. When the Phillies do resume, Kyle Backus is going to pitch. They are scheduled to resume at 4:15. Griffin Conine is up. There's 1 out in the top of the 9th inning and a runner over at first. Here's the pitch. Popped up and skied over towards the second base area, and the catch is made for out number 2. Runner Edwards had to go all the way back over to first. So what's your final score prediction now, chat, for the Philadelphia Phillies? Denver is probably going to get screwed by having to use the pen. Yep, and it's not just for today, it's also for tomorrow as well. Owen Casey is up to bat. Once again, thank you so much for the 21 months. I think Denver might be our longest member. 21 months. That's over a year, man. A year and 9 months. That's awesome. Two outs, top of the 9th. Runner over at first. The pitch, that's up high for a ball to throw to second base, and he is out at second base. Oh, boy. McCullis is hold up a second. And they will not challenge, and the Marlins are going to go to the bottom of the 9th inning against the New York Mets. Just got in, was with halftime for a little while today. What's up, JJ? What's up, Jason? How you doing, buddy? Yep. Phillies are going to resume play at 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Yes, they will. Love the young kids. Time to resume play. Happy 21 months. Thank you. Thank you to Denver for that. If you guys want to become a member, it is just $2.99 a month. All you have to do is just click on this link that I provide down below. If you guys want to support the channel, you can. It's a nice way to be able to support it. That's pretty much what a subscriber is. That's a member. Obviously, when you subscribe to the channel on YouTube, that's free. But if you want to become a member, it's $2.99. So I probably should have put it that it's like becoming a subscriber, an actual subscriber. How many likes are we at right now? I think we got over the 200 marker. Did we? We're at 207. Let's go. Almost halfway to 500. We better get to 500 today. We better get to 500 today. With how long that we've been streaming, let's go. I need us to get to that marker. Yeah. Those are all the emotes that are posted right there. Congratulations, by the way, again, to all the people who got a gifted membership. That was ESPN 123, Big Bud 369, 411 Shirley, Phantom 93, and also Buttercup 203. Congratulations to you guys. Nice. All right, so the Mets are going to go to the bottom of the ninth inning. The Philadelphia Phillies are going to resume play in about 4 minutes. Final score predictions for the Philadelphia Phillies game. Let me know down below. Kim says 6-3 Orioles. I want to hear what your final score predictions are. Comment the scores down below. Mine obviously has changed. I had 5-3 Phillies, and that was assuming that Zach Wheeler was going to go deep. But now that he's not, I got 9-6 Philadelphia. 9-6 Philadelphia. That's my final score prediction. Let me know what yours is down below. Drop a score. 9-6 is mine. All right, Fairbanks is going to face Jared Young. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Big Bud says, thanks for the gift. Yes. Yes. Fairbanks pitching versus Young. The 2-0 pitch is outside for ball 3. So obviously when the Phillies game resumes, we're going to go back to the Phillies game. Shane, thank you for the 10 joules. I appreciate it. I think that was before. JG says I got 6-3. More final scores. Let's go. Let's go. 6-3. Any more final score predictions? Drop them down below. The 3-0 pitch that's in there for a strike. Jason, what's your final score prediction? Haley, what's your final score prediction? 3 balls, 1 strike, bottom of the 9th. Anybody? Obviously, if you're busy, I understand. I didn't mean to call you out. 3-1 pitch. That's in there for strike 2. JG says I got 6-3 Phillies. Nice. That's good. Why do you think they will score more with their pitcher out? Because the Orioles are also going to have to go to their bullpen too. So that's why I think the Phillies are going to attack the I think that the Phillies are going to attack the Orioles bullpen and score more runs against the bullpen. That's why I got it. Big Bud says I got 10-9 Orioles. Wayne says I got 10-7 Orioles with the bullpen. Ends at midnight, says Big Bud. The stream ends at midnight or the game ends at midnight? Because we got a post-game show after this. Big Bud, thank you again for the final score predictions. Big Bud and Wayne and everybody else. Rodgers says I got 7-4 Phillies. Marcus Simeon is up in the 0-1 pitch. That ball's flying out over towards center field. Not that deep, though. And the catch is made for out number 1. And Young is there. All right, so the Phillies are ready to get back into the swing of things as they head to the bottom of the 3rd out in Baltimore. All right, with that, we are going to provide more play-by-play for the Philadelphia Phillies game. We'll catch you up with what has gone on so far in this ball game, and we will also make sure that we update our scoreboards and the 3D right now as well. All right, here we go. Bottom of the 3rd. Phillies up 2-0. Brian De La Cruz is going to come on up. Rodgers says I got 7-4 Phillies. Nice. And then Kathleen says I got 6-2 Phillies. Nice. Good final score predictions. Love the sound of that. Brian De La Cruz get the Phillies a 2-0 lead on a 2-run home run. Zach Wheeler, of course, his day is done because of the rain. AJ Clark tuning on in. Alexis K is also here. What's up, Alexis? Over on TikTok. Good to see you guys. Kyle Backus is going to come on in, and he will pitch for the Philadelphia Phillies. We'll get you his numbers in just a few moments or so. But The Philadelphia Phillies again lead it 2-0 as they head to the bottom of the third inning out in Baltimore. Colton Cowser will start off the inning for the Orioles. Cowser, Rogers, and Beavers are due on up to the plate. Hardcore says I got 15-3 Phillies. I got 15-3 Philadelphia. I'm back. Game is back on the TV. Nice. Elaine says I got 5-2 Phillies now. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. By the way, the Mets are down to their final outs. So Backus is on the bump. And he will come on in to pitch for Zach Wheeler because his night is done. 2 innings, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, no runs. On 32 pitches, he threw 24 strikes. He did really good in his first 2 innings. Obviously wanted to see him go deeper. But let's hope the Phillies bullpen can do its job and that the offense can wake up. For the Orioles, Bradish went 3 innings. He gave up 2 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, and he struck out 3 batters. Just waiting for the 3D to resume. The Phillies today, offensively speaking, have put up 2 runs on 2 hits. One of the hits, of course, was by Brian De La Cruz. That was the 2-run homer. And Justin Crawford also got on with a double right before the Brian De La Cruz home run. Backus has pitched in 19 games this season. He has a 1-1 record, a 5.5 ERA, 18 innings of work, 18 strikeouts, 3 homers allowed, and batters are hitting .312 against him. And Cowser will lead off the inning. He was throwing a couple of warm-up tosses, Kyle Backus. And Colton Cowser is up to bat. How long was that delay, chat? Does somebody actually know what the actual time of the delay was? I probably should have timed it. Cowser is up. Backus kicks, fires, and we get started again as the pitch is in there for a called strike. No balls and 1 strike to Colton Cowser, a .206 average, 8 home runs and 28 RBIs in a total of 97 games. Here's the pitch, and that is outside and low for ball 2. Why isn't Wheeler pitching? Because it was a rain delay. And usually after a rain delay, pitchers don't come back out. The 1-1 pitch that's in there for strike 2. That's usually what happens whenever there's a rain delay. Too long of a delay for him to come back on, and then he has to warm up again. The 1-2 pitch. That's down and away for ball 2. Two balls and 2 strikes in the bottom of the third. Cowser's in the box. He's hitting .206. He has 8 home runs and 28 RBIs. The 2-2 pitch and a called strike 3 right down the center of the plate. And Backus got Cowser looking on that pitch. And that's how we start off the bottom of the third inning. Drop a chair in the chat for Kyle Backus. And now it's Jake Rogers' turn. A 155 average for Jake. And the pitch that he takes is in there for a strike. Just hitting a .155 with 3 home runs and 9 RBIs. Backus kicks and deals. And the 0-1 is inside for a ball. There you go. 1 ball, 1 strike, bottom of the third. And the 1-1 delivery, here it comes. It's high for ball 2. It's a sinker at 90 miles per hour. Don't forget to like and don't forget to subscribe. We have at least 207 likes on here. As we refresh the page, we're at 218 and we got to get to 500 today. The 2-1 pitch is in there for a strike. We haven't gotten to 500 in almost a month. We got to get there today because of the rain delay. Let's go. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, bottom of the third. The 2-2 pitch. Inside again for ball 3. I appreciate you guys for being on here. Three balls, 2 strikes. Backus with his 11th pitch of the inning. And this ball is fouled back by Rogers. Backus has a 5.5 ERA, 18 strikeouts. A guy that in the month of July went 6 innings, allowed 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 2 walks. He struck out 7. Didn't have a good June, though. 3-2 pitch, and that is just high, but JT will challenge this. Is it a strike 3 or is it ball 4? And that is ball 4. JT loses the challenge, and the Phillies have 1 ABS challenge left. That was high. Rogers walks. That's the first walk allowed today by the Phillies pitching staff. Let's get it back to August. Simbin, what's going on, buddy? How you doing, man? Good to see you on here. 1 out, bottom of the third. Dylan Beavers is up. And here's the pitch. That's in there for a strike. No balls, 1 strike. Backus gets set and delivers. The 0-1 is outside for a ball. The 1-1 pitch. That's outside for ball 2. Heyman says the Phillies are poised to quote-unquote shock us. Really hope that they switch things up, says Phillies fan. 2-1 pitch, and that ball is lined out towards center field, and that gets down for a base hit. And the Baltimore Orioles have runners at first and second base with 1 out in the bottom of the third inning. After he got Cowser to strike out looking on a pitch that was down the middle, Rogers walks, and Dylan Beavers gets a single. That's the second hit for Baltimore today. Smash that thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. We have a timeout taken on the mound here. Caleb Cotham is going to have a word with Kyle Backus, who has thrown 16 pitches already in this third inning. Leaving pitches up, out over the middle of the plate, and just not locating his pitches properly. And Pete Alonso is up. Alonso, 1 for 1 with a single back in the first. 23 long balls, 69 RBIs, and a 251 batting average for the 31-year-old. In 417 at-bats, he has 104 hits. He's played in 111 games for the Orioles. Here's the pitch, and Backus throws it inside for a ball. Here's the 1-0, inside for ball 2. Alonso in his career against the Phillies, 19 home runs, 64 RBIs, in 116 games. 106 games, actually. 2-0 pitch, and that's going to go behind Pete, and that is going to maneuver the runners over to second and third base. Not a good pitch at all. Where was that even going to? It went behind Pete Alonso. Looked like the ball just sort of slipped out of Kyle's hand. And JT obviously would not have been able to catch that. So it's 3-0 to Alonso. And I guess you might as well walk him at this point. The 3-0 pitch to Pete. And he fouls off a sinker down the middle at 91. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. The 3-1 pitch, and he fouls off another sinker. That one's thrown at 92. Alonso in the first game did go 2 for 3. Also ended up hitting a 2-run home run in that game. 3-2 pitch, and that's lined and caught by Bryce Harper at first base for out number 2. That was a bullet, and Harper just right there at the right time. That was scorched. Hit it right off the end of the bat, and Harper actually had to reach up with his glove to make the catch. He didn't jump. Didn't have to jump there, but he caught it by raising his baseball glove. And Gunnar Henderson comes up, and the Phillies still have to deal with 2 runners in scoring position as Gunnar takes the first pitch outside for a ball. Boy, will the Phillies take that out. Again, he was ahead in the count 3-0. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Not only that, but he had the runners go over the second and third because of the bad pitch that Backus threw. Tim Mesa is warming up in the bullpen. It's 1 ball and no strikes to Gunnar Henderson. The 1-0 delivery. High and away for ball 2. Continue to like, continue to subscribe. PAS is also here. PAS, thank you so much for being on here. Mods, you know what to do. Drop PAS and Sinbin's links down below. I saw Haley did it for Sinbin. Thank you so much, Haley. 2-1 pitch, and that's a fly ball hit out over towards right field, and that is caught by Brian De La Cruz, and the inning is over. Hard contact for the Baltimore Orioles, but they can't scratch off a run. And we go to the 4th inning. The Phillies are up 2-0 in this game. All right, it is now time for On This Day in Phillies History as we head to the top of the 4th inning. Every time that we go to the 4th inning, we always like to reminisce and talk about stuff that has gone on in Philadelphia Phillies history on this day. It happened on this day on August 2nd of 1935. Third baseman Dolph Camilli made 3 errors in the first inning of the Phillies' 8-3 loss against the Dodgers. And then 35 years later on this day, in 1970, so that was 56 years ago. 56 years ago on this day, Tony Taylor hit a walk-off grand slam in the bottom of the 9th inning, sending the Phillies to a 7-6 win over the Giants at Connie Mack Stadium. In 1986, on this day, the Phillies pound out a team record 5 triples. They got 2 by Gary Redus in what ended up being a 12-2 win over Chicago at Veterans Stadium. In 2006 on this day, Jimmy Rollins launched 2 homers, and that was against the St. Louis Cardinals in what ended up being a 14-8 victory. Now listen to this. His first inning shot was his 4th leadoff home run of the year, and that tied the team record for the 3rd year in a row that he did that. That is pretty cool. That is pretty impressive. Those are some of the things that have happened on this day in Phillies history. We will take the rain delay caption off. Just give me 1 second. I will figure out how to do it. Actually, you know what? It will just change the screen as Anthony Nunez is going to pitch for the Baltimore Orioles. Let's do that now. Okay, so we change the screen. That's good. And here comes Alec Boehm to the plate. The first pitch is in there for a strike. It's a sweeper at 87 miles per hour. No balls and 1 strike. There we go. Nunez gets set at the Orioles letters, and the 0-1 is ripped foul and out of play towards the right side. And that goes into the second. Actually, it went on into the tunnel. out towards the first base line. Keep smashing that thumbs up button. The 0-2, outside and low for a ball. Let's get to 500 likes. We're at 234. Let's go. One and two is the count. Nunez kicks, fires, and boom, grounds one back up the middle. It's backhanded by Holiday, but he bobbles it. And boom, gets on. The ball slipped out of his glove. He tried to backhand it up the middle as he ran towards his right side, and the ball slipped on out of the glove. And Holiday just had to eat that one up. We'll see what the scoring is on the play in just a few moments. But nonetheless, Bohm gets aboard. George! Bohm is at first. Brandon Marsh is up to bat. And Marsh is going to line one over the head of Gunnar Henderson out to left center field for a single. That means that Bohm stops at second. The tying run, the Philadelphia Phillies are up 2-0, which means that Bohm is over at first base with a single. And, Marsh is at first base with a single, and Bohm is now over at second base. That was a bad hiccup by me. Regardless, 2 runners on. It's been that type of a day, chat. It's been quite a day so far. JT comes on up, and Nunez kicks and fires, and the pitch is down for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. This is Anthony Nunez on the bump for the Orioles. 1 ball, no strikes to JT. And the 1-0 pitch fouled back towards the screen. 1 ball and 1 strike. Anthony Nunez, 25 years old. He is a right-handed pitcher from Miami, Florida. And he has been in the big leagues since the beginning of this year. He's a rookie. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the 1-1 pitch to JT. It's a sweeper that catches the outside edge for strike 2. JT hitting .232 with runners in scoring position. He has knocked in 26 runs. He's only had 1 homer this year with a runner in scoring position. The stretch and the pitch down and away for ball 2. The catcher thought about throwing it back over to first and decided not to. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Still have not gotten a word on the scoring for Alec Bohm's play. They actually called it an infield single. They just announced it right now. The stretch and the 2-2. High for ball 3 to JT. The count is full. There's nobody out in the top of the 4th inning. The Phillies lead it 2-0 against Baltimore. Marsh is at first. Bohm's at second. Nobody out. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the 3-2 delivery to JT. Outside for ball 4. And that is going to load the bases for Philadelphia. An infield single, a single, and a walk. And we have a timeout taken. The Orioles are going to try to calm Nunez down. There will be a conference on the bump as Drew French will have a discussion with Jake Rogers and Nunez himself. Drop the rally tails, let's go! Nice. All right, so it's again an infield single by Bohm, a single by Marsh, and a walk by JT. And Stott is up with nobody out, top of the 4th. Bryson Stott 0 for 1. Nunez gets set at the Orioles letters. Kicks, deals, and the sinker is low for ball 1. Throwing it 96 miles per hour. We got 379 people watching. Hit that thumbs up button. We're at 247 on the likes. The 1-0 pitch. Down again for ball 2. Be patient at the plate. Let's go! Charge! The 2-0 pitch. It's up high for ball 3. Come on! Where are my members at? Where are my members at? Let's go. Leonard's here. Nice. Wayne's here. Appreciate you all who've dropped the emotes. The 3-0 pitch. It's down and inside. That brings home a run. 3-zip Philadelphia. Nunez looks absolutely lost, and he'll have to face Crawford now. Crawford's 1 for 1 with a double in the third, and he scored a run. The pitch to Crawford. He shows bunt, and he gets a piece of it. It was way inside. I don't know why he did that. The pitch is in there for a strike, so I don't really understand the whole philosophy of him even showing bunt there. Regardless, though, the 0-1 is down and inside for ball 1. Especially because this guy has not been able to control the zone right now. 1 ball, 1 strike. And that's to Justin Crawford. Phillies at bases loaded. The 1-1 pitch, and Crawford smacks one towards the right side. Second baseman has it. 1 run will score. The throw to first is in time. So Marsh crosses home plate. And it's a 4-0 game on an RBI ground out by Crawford. That now puts runners at second and third. So he gets the job done. And moves runners over. And Brian De La Cruz is up next. De La Cruz, pitch number 1 that he takes as a cutter in the zone at 91 miles per hour. Infield playing in. You got JT at third, you got Stott at second. The 0-1 pitch to Brian, high for a ball at 97 miles per hour. De La Cruz homered his last time up. It was out towards straightaway center field. A .474 average, 2 homers and 5 RBIs since he got called up to the Philadelphia Phillies. The stretch and the pitch, swing and a miss. Sweeper was off the plate. And now it's 1-2. Nunez kicks and fires again. And De La Cruz gets under it but fouls it away. Got a piece of it and stays alive. Phillies won last night's game and shut out the Orioles 5-0. They're up 4-0 out in Baltimore. The stretch and the 1-2. And De La Cruz stays alive. Got a piece of the four-seamer and knifes it foul. Nunez gets set again. Stretches and fires. And De La Cruz pops this one up a mile high. Holiday says, I got it, as he backpedals all the way towards the back of the infield and makes the grab for the second out of the inning. His timing was off. And he pops up that baseball for out number 2. Trey Turner will be the 7th man to bat in this inning. Nunez has 24 pitches, and the stretch in the pitch, and Turner smacks one out to left field, but this is caught on the track by the left fielder, Dylan Beavers. Turner hit it sharply just right at Beavers, and the inning is over. But the Phillies do get 2 runs on an RBI walk by Bryson Stott and an RBI ground out as well by Justin Crawford. And we head to the bottom of the 4th inning, 4-zip Philadelphia. All right, other stuff that has happened on this day in Phillies history. And again, make sure that you guys continue to smack the like and hit that subscribe button as well. Our goal is to get to 500 likes. Can we do it? We've been on for 4 hours and 38 minutes so far. It's been 4 hours and 28 minutes. Regardless, though. All right, so also on this day, in 2013, Curt Schilling got inducted into the Phillies Wall of Fame on August 2nd of 2013. And then in 2016, home plate umpire Bob Davidson stops a Phillies-Giants game in the middle of an at-bat to call for the ejection of a fan. Davidson said the fan was starting to get offensive with his use of variations on the term, "you suck." The fan says he left voluntarily before even being ejected. That's weird. I do not remember that game. And then 3 years later on this day in 2019, hosting the White Sox, a wild 15-inning affair was one to remember. Listen to this one. If you guys remember this, drop a 1 down below. So both the White Sox and the Phillies used 17 pitchers combined and issued 4 replay challenges. Vince Velasquez entered the game as a pinch runner, then played 2 innings in left field and threw out a runner at the plate. Roman Quinn pitched the final inning and was hung with the 4-3 loss that the Phillies had that day. It went to 15 innings. Who remembers that game? Drop a 1 down below in the chats. Did you remember? Obviously, you remember the Vince Velasquez gun out at the plate, but did you remember that Roman Quinn pitched the final inning of that game? Here we go. Here's the pitch. Well, actually, the pitch is not even delivered yet. Taylor Ward is ready to step on into the batter's box. And rain is starting to come down again out in Baltimore. And which means the garbage bags are ready to come back on. Leonard says, I remember it. That's a 1 from me. Anybody else? Here's the pitch. It's outside for a ball. Tim Mesa is throwing the bottom of the 4th inning. Ward is up to bat. 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 1-0 pitch, and that is high for ball 2. You're the man. I appreciate you. 2-0 pitch, and a called strike at the knees. 2 balls, 1 strike to Taylor Ward. And here's the windup and the pitch. The slider is down for ball 3. Nobody else remembers that game? The 3-1 delivery. That's a line drive hit back up the middle for a base hit by Taylor Ward, and he gets on with a leadoff single to start off the bottom of the 4th inning. So again, it's a 4-0 lead, bottom of the 4th. A runner over at first. The Orioles have not gotten an extra base hit so far today. All 3 of their hits have been singles. Jackson Holliday, who's 0 for 1, takes a rip at the first pitch that he sees, but gets nothing but air. Swing and a miss. The stretch and the pitch outside. The slider was not even close. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Orioles offense today, their first 4 hitters combined in this game are 3 for 8. Everybody else, oh, they are 0 for 4. The pitch, that's in there for a strike. Holliday in the box, and the 2-1 pitch, and that's outside and low for ball 3. Tim Mesa, who is on the bump, has a 3.88 ERA. He's technically the Phillies' best lefty that they have out of the bullpen. The 3-1 pitch, and he paints the sinker perfectly on the outside edge for strike 2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The 3-2 pitch on the way, and a caught strike 3 at the knees. Went back to the sinker, and it worked. Jackson Holiday gets caught looking on strikes, and Christian Encarnacion Strand will be Tim Mays' next victim. JJ has the highest payroll. Highest payroll for what? The pitch. That's up high for a ball. Christian grounded out in the second. And the 1-0 pitch grounded sharply over to third. This should be 2. The throw to second, there's 1. The throw to first, and that's in around the horn double play. And Tim Mayza gets out of the jam. We go to the 5th inning. 4-zip Philadelphia. We're going to take a very quick step off. Don't go anywhere. Hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel while we are in this break. And I will see you all on the other side. Let's go. All right, we're at 256 likes. We are over halfway to the 500 marker. Got 340 people tapping on in. Folks, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Kyle Schwarber is up, by the way. It'll be a lefty versus lefty. This is Walker on the pitch, and the first pitch that he throws is a sinker at the knees for strike 1 at 92 miles per hour. Josh Walker, 8 games, has not gotten a win or a loss this season. He has a 3.6 ERA, 10 innings, and 8 strikeouts, just a couple of walks. Walker winds up, gets the signs, and the 0-1, swing and a miss. Schwarber got fooled on that slider, and it was junk spelled all over it. No balls, 2 strikes. Harper's up next. Bohm has a helmet on as he's in the hole, and the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. And good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Kyle Schwarber. Schwarber has struck out twice today. Also got on with a walk back in the 3rd. And speaking of striking out twice, Bryce Harper, who's up to bat, is also struck out twice today, too. What's up, chat? It's good to see you guys on here. We'll be talking about fantasy baseball, fantasy football. Harper's in the box. 4-0 Phillies, top of the 5th. Walker kicks, fires, and Harper pops this one up right over towards the left side, and it goes out of play. The Astros, by the way, have a 7-3 lead against the Texas Rangers Alvarez has had himself quite a day. Pena also hit a home run. Altuve got on with an infield single, RBI infield single. Their offense has been great. Jordan's 4 for 5 with a run scored and 2 RBIs. 1 ball, 1 strike to Bryce Harper. Walker gets set and deals. Swing and a miss. Jeremy Pena and Jordan Alvarez are each hitting over 320. Pena has 12 homers and 34 RBIs. And Alvarez, obviously, has just been on Triple Crown watch. The 1-2 pitch, and that ball is flying out to deep right field. Watch it fly. It's gone. Bryce Harper with his 23rd long ball of the season puts the Phillies up 5-0. Walker left it hanging, and Bryce Harper said, I got it. It's Bohm's turn, and Alec is going to foul off the first pitch. 0-1. Harper looks like he's fired up. He's on a 7-game hitting streak. He is now 14 homers away from 400. The 0-1. That's outside for a ball. One ball, 1 strike, and the pitch to Bohm, and that's a line drive hit out to right, and that gets down for a base hit. Bohm gets on with a 1-out single. He's over at first base. So we're seeing Alvarez is 2nd in all of baseball in batting average, 1st in homers, 3rd in RBIs, and 2nd in OPS. Charge! Brandon Marsh is up to bat. 1 gone, top of the 5th. Runner over at first. Walker kicks, deals, and it's outside for a ball. Jason with a 5. Thank you so much. A ball, no strikes to Brandon Marsh, who's 1 for 2 today. And the 1-0 pitch, and Marsh grounds one over towards 3rd. And the throw to second, there's 1. The throw to first base, and he is out. And the inning is over. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Phillies do get 1 extra run on a Bryce Harper solo shot. And Tavares, Cowser, and Rogers will head on up to the plate for the Baltimore Orioles. Jason with a $5 super chat. Let's go. Saw it with JJ. Harper home run. Every time Harper homers, he donates 5. I appreciate it, buddy. You definitely do not have to do that. You definitely do not have to do that. Folks, once again, my name is Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit that subscribe button as well. I cannot control how the team does. I just call the games. I love doing play-by-play. I also love talking Phillies with my Philly freaks, and also I'm a big baseball fan as well. Tomorrow we're going to be up early. We got a long day tomorrow. We're going to be streaming the trade deadline, and we should be on stream early in the morning. Obviously, if there's any breaking news that happens overnight, I will have my phone right by me, and if the Phillies make a splash, expect us to go live, whether it's at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., it doesn't matter what time it is. If they make a big move, we're going live. Keep your notification bell icons turned on. It's really important that you guys do that. And tomorrow we have a long day. The Phillies actually also play at 6:40 tomorrow night, so we'll be covering that game as well. But I do hope that you guys will join us for a long, long day. and hopefully the Phillies can get their team to be in better shape. That is the goal for tomorrow. Set the team up for success and make them a better team. That's what we're hoping for tomorrow. So a lot of Phillies content. Obviously, it was not on yesterday, but the Philadelphia Phillies did win, and they shut out the Baltimore Orioles. They won 5-0. Here is Mesa back out there for the bottom of the fifth. And Leody Taveras, who's up to bat, looks at strike one. Taveras 0 for 1, flied out in the second. Mesa gets set and deals, swinging a foul ball. The ball's 2 strikes. Smash the like, folks. Let's go. Get us some help, Dombrowski. Here's the 0-2. It's up high for a ball. What's up, Encano? How you doing, buddy? Shane dropping the goats for our boy Jason with the 5. Yes, sir. Here's the 1-2 delivery. And that is barely inside for ball 2. Came at 94 miles per hour. $31,403 in the paid attendance today at the Camden Yards for Phillies Orioles. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Bryce Harper, by the way, has struggled against lefties this year. His 5th inning homer was his first against a left-handed pitcher since April. And that was from Scott Fransky in the radio broadcast side of things. Bottom of the 5th, 1 out. And Cowser takes a sinker that's low at 94 miles per hour. Keep smashing the thumbs up button and keep hitting that subscribe button. The 1-0 pitch. It's a called strike at the knees. We're at 269 on the likes. 31 more till we get to 300. And our goal is to get to 500 by the end of our stream. The 1-1 pitch. Up high for ball 2. I love you guys, man. 2 balls, 1 strike. Mesa with pitch number 22 coming on up. He gets set, has time, fires, and the slider is down the hatch for strike 2. Cowser left the bat on his shoulder and has to readjust. 5-0 Phillies. Nobody on, 1 out in the 2-2 pitch. Line drive hit out over towards left field, slicing towards the corner, and Marsh makes the sliding catch. He got it in foul territory. What a catch by Brandon Marsh. That thing was slicing towards the corner, and he makes an excellent grab out in left field. Wow, I was surprised that he just got there. He did. He timed it perfectly and just slid on into that corner wall, but makes an excellent grab, and Tim Mesa says, thank you very much. Here's the pitch. That's taken outside for a ball. Drop those Brandon Marsh emojis. That was awesome. A foul out to left field. And the 1-0 pitch. Line drive back up the middle for a base hit. And there's a 2-out single in the bottom of the 5th inning by Jake Rogers. Hauser fouls out to left. I still can't believe that Marsh got to that ball and he hung on to that. Just had to snag it above the ground. And it's wet out there. That was good. Single up the middle. Dylan Beavers comes on up to the plate and takes the first pitch down for a ball. Scott with the 10 joules. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate you. 1-0 pitch and a called strike on a splitter down the hatch. The 1-1 pitch. Low and outside for ball 2. Two balls, one strike. Orion Kirkering is warming up, and he will pitch the 6th inning, it seems. The 2-1 pitch, and it's a called strike. The 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called at the knees. We go to the 6th inning. 5-zip Phillies. JT, Bryson, and Justin are all due up to bat for the Titans. Nice. Smash that thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button. Ben says, here come walks. Ben was incorrect. You take back those words, my friend. Let's go. Orion equals walks. Got you. Got you. All right. 281 likes. We got 412 people tuning on in. We are 19 away from 300. 19 away from the 300 marker. Oh, man. Guys, make sure that you guys go follow me on all the social media platforms. I am not just on YouTube. I'm also on TikTok. I'm also on Twitch. I'm on Facebook. I'm on a lot of social media platforms, even Instagram. Here are the links to all of my socials down below. You click on the link tree and you go follow me on all the social media platforms for any breaking news in regards to the Philadelphia Phillies, as we got you covered for the trade deadline. Yes, we do. Go follow me on all the other social media platforms. I post a lot, especially on Twitter, and I'm also on Instagram. I have some exclusive content that I'm actually going to start doing on my socials that you won't even see on YouTube. So it's important that you guys go follow me on all those platforms. The umpire's going to go out there to talk to Don Mattingly. Please do not tell me we're going to go into another rain delay. That would suck. Not assuming that they are. But there was something that was going on. So now it's an official ball. Okay, so Albert Suarez is going to pitch. They took the cover off the tarp a moment ago, says Tom McCarthy. Albert Suarez is going to pitch. And the pitch is up high for a ball. The Orioles, some of the players are already behind the tarp, just getting ready in case they got to bring the tarp back out. 1-0 pitch, and it's fouled back towards the screen. It's still raining out in Baltimore. 1 ball, 1 strike to JT. They're there just in case. The 1-1, swing and a miss. One ball, 2 strikes. Albert Suarez gets set just below the Orioles letters, gets the signs from Rogers, kicks and deals, and JT fouls one back towards the screen at 94. One ball and 2 strikes to Realmuto. Today, JT walked in the 4th. He also flied out to center in the 2nd. The 1-2 pitch to JT. High for ball 2. We have 383 people on here watching. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The windup and the pitch. JT fouls another one off and stays alive. Game got started at 1:35 p.m. Eastern Time. Then it did go into a rain delay before they started the bottom of the third. The rain is back. The 2-2 pitch from Suarez. Line drive, hit out to left, and that gets down for a single by JT. And he is aboard for the second time today for Philadelphia. Another hanger left out over the middle of the plate, and Realmuto slices it out to left. Good contact. George! Starts up. He walked and drove in a run his last time up on the bases loaded walk. He's 0 for 1, and he takes a curveball high for ball 1. Thrown at 76 miles per hour. Top of the 6th, 1 ball, no strikes. Phillies up 5-0. The stretch and the next pitch, that is outside and high for ball 2. It slipped out of Suarez's hands. Albert Suarez with a 3.68 ERA this season. He has pitched in a total of 95 games throughout his career. The 2-0, and that is called a ball. What a comeback, though, he's made, because he started off his career with the Giants in 2016, played with them in 2017, and then got called up by the Orioles in 2024. He's 36 years old now, from Venezuela. 3-0 pitch, and that is called ball 4. Looked like maybe it hit the outside edge, but the umpire says otherwise, and Stott gets on with the second walk of the ball game. We love the sound of that. A single by JT and a walk by Stott. And Crawford is up next. The rain continues to come on down. Crawford's first pitch, and the curveball is down for a ball. He's just not getting any sort of command on his pitches right now, it looks like. 1 ball, no strikes. And 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. Suarez, not wasting any time, comes set and deals, and the fastball is upstairs for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Stott does so well getting on base. I hope that stays that way. Phillies need him to be able to do that more. The 2-0 pitch and the changeup is in there for strike 1 at the knees. Throwing at 86. Two balls, 1 strike. 6 more legs till we get to 300. The 2-1 to Crawford. Line drive it out over to left field, and that gets down for a base hit. And just like that, the Philadelphia Phillies will have JT score and Stott go over to third. It's an RBI bloop double by Justin Crawford. When it rains, it pours. And the Phillies add on another run. That's baseball. That's Justin Crawford's second double of the day. Runners at second and third. Nobody out. The Phillies have 6 runs, and they are shutting out the Baltimore Orioles so far. Suarez is still pitching. Albert Suarez has thrown a total of 15 pitches. 7 of them have been for strikes. He's already given up 1 earned run. This is how the Orioles bullpen is done. They've gone just 2 innings plus, and they've given up 4 earned runs on a total of 6 hits. They have just not been good. Anyhow, regardless, Phillies are trying to pounce on this Baltimore bullpen. Crawford gets an RBI double, and Brian De La Cruz will come on up to the plate with still nobody out. There was a timeout that was taken. The umpires were talking things over, and De La Cruz will come on up to the plate as everybody goes back to their spots. Crawford's at second. Stott's over at third. And pitch number 1 to Bryan. Swinging a line drive, hit out to center. This will be deep enough to score Stott. The catch is made. The throw to third base is cut off. And it's a 7-0 ball game. Brian De La Cruz did his job. And the Phillies have put up 7 runs. De La Cruz with his 3rd RBI of the ball game. And that's how the first out gets recorded. Trey Turner steps into the box. And the pitch on the way to Trey. It's popped up over towards the third base side in foul territory. And it'll go well out of play. What a catch by that fan in the 13th row. Just reaching over a couple of rows and making the catch and scooping it up. And he gets a round of applause. It's a Phillies fan, too. It's like, I don't need the trash bags on me. I'm good. Shirt's all soaking wet. But he makes a nice catch. The pitch is inside for a ball to Trey Turner, who, by the way, has gotten on base once today with a walk, but he's 0 for 2. The 1-1 pitch to Trey. Ground ball hit back up the middle. Gunnar scoops it up. Has to throw it on the run to first base. And Turner's safe at first. An infield single, and that puts runners at the corners for Philadelphia once again. And Schwarber comes back on up to the plate. Turner able to hustle. He put the ball in a good spot. Henderson did everything he could. Bang, bang play. Charge! Schwarber has struck out twice. He also walked in the third. His first pitch is inside for ball 1. No sign of anybody warming up in the Baltimore bullpen. Doesn't mean that there isn't anybody warming up. Just have not gotten a notification or have even seen any sort of action. 1-0 is the count to Kyle Schwarber. Runners at the corners. The 1-0 pitch. That's called a strike, and Schwarber, I think, is going to challenge. Did he challenge? Did he tap his helmet? He thought about it and decided not to. Wish he would have. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. That would have been a ball. That was clearly inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. The stretch and the pitch, and Schwarber lines one out to left field. This will get the 8th runner home. The catch is made, and Crawford scores. And that's the 3rd run of the 6th inning. They have scored in 4 consecutive innings. And Harper's up next. Bryce homered his last time up. Turner's still at first. 2 outs. And the first pitch to Bryce, he fouls it back. He was shaking his hand off. I don't know if something got him on the pitch, and he's walking back on over towards the dugout for a second. He's shaking that hand. And he's going to spray the bat. It had nothing to do with his injury or anything, or with him being injured, but he just, I don't know if that ball must have gotten too tight or something. No. Something just didn't feel right to Harper as he was shaking his hand off after that swing. He's got full extension, too. The ball's 1 strike. He's still in the box. The 0-1 pitch, and Harper pops one up and foul and out of play. I don't like the Orioles. This says they don't like the Orioles. Desiree, thank you so much for tuning on in. The ball's 2 strikes to Bryce Harper. The 0-2 pitch, high and away for a ball. If you did subscribe to the channel, let us know down below. We are at 11,836. We are almost 150 subscribers away from getting to 12,000 on YouTube. The 1-2 to Harper, and he whacks it foul towards the third base dugout. The top of the third base dugout is just all covered in puddles of water. 8-0 Phillies. The 1-2 to Harper, way up high for ball 2. We're also less than 200 likes away from getting to 500, which is our goal. Keep smashing the thumbs up button. We have over 160 of you who have not done that just yet. The 2-2 pitch, and Harper takes it way inside for ball 3. Thank you to all of you who have hit the thumbs up button and who have subscribed. First base side of the infield is absolutely wet. A lot of dirt on the first base bag as well. They just showed a close-up, the 3-2, and that's up high and away for ball 4, and Harper walks and gets on base for the second time today. And Bohm is up next for the Fightins. Let's go. Yes. Bohm is the 8th man to bat in this inning. The stretch and the pitch. Ground ball hit over to shortstop, and the inning is over as the toss to second is in plenty of time. 6-4 fielder's choice. The good news is that the Philadelphia Phillies add on to their lead and put up 3 runs in the 6th inning, and we go to the bottom of the 6th out at Camden Yards. Okay, nice. That's a 6-4 fielder's choice. We love the sound of that. Don't forget that we have trivia when we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, where we tap it on in from today. It's overtime with JJ. Absolutely it is. How we feeling? Where we tapping in from? Orion Kirkering is going to come on in for the Philadelphia Phillies. Who do I see in the chat? Who do I see? We got Tunisia tuning on in. What's up, JG? How you doing, buddy? Tower City, Pennsylvania, says Jason. Yes. Yeah. Good old Fort Stockton, Texas. What's up, Wayne? Denver's in the house. Dr. Van is here. What's up, Doc? How you doing? Billo is also here. Man, the Yankees game must be done. It must be over. What's up, guys? Good to see you. Rain, we have the lead. Bail us out from the bullpen, please. Says Try. Berks County, cuz, says Dave. Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Vatican City. Portland, Oregon. Yeah. It looks like the umpires, it's starting to pour again. They just made a signal, and guess what? We're going into another rain delay. That is what it looks like right now, chat. We got Fort Myers tuning on in. We got, who else is here? DC area, says Doug. They're trying to put dry dirt again over on the mound. And the umpire says, yep, let's signal for the tarp. And that is going to mean that we go into another rain delay. They just signaled for it. They just said, yep, we can't do it. They tested the infield. They tested the mound. And they're like, yep, okay, that's it. That is it. We are done. Another rain delay in this game right now as Harper comes on off the field again. The Phillies lead it 8-0. This is officially a game. if they decide not to continue this. But the tarp is coming back onto the field, and for the second time today, we will be in a rain delay. That is what it seems, and we will let you know any further updates on when this game is going to resume. If you are going to leave, make sure, first of all, that you come back on in a little bit, and also please hit the thumbs up button and subscribe on your way out. Oh boy. Oh, what a day. Don't forget that we also are going to be covering the MLB trade deadline, and we'll be on early tomorrow. I'm calling it Phillies on a 2-0 win streak. That's crazy. Why don't they just call the game? Because they want JJ to get to 500 likes. That's why. Just kidding. That's really not why. But regardless, 8-0 Philadelphia. The Phillies have put up 9 hits and have scored 8 runs. How did we get here, JJ? Great question. Brian De La Cruz has hit a home run. He actually hit a homer back in the 4th. That was a 2-run home run. That was actually in the 3rd inning. Stott then walked in the 4th. The Phillies, let's just put it this way. The Phillies put up runs in the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. They put 2 up in the 3rd, 2 up in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, and 3 in the 6th. De La Cruz had a 2-run homer. Stott had a bases-loaded walk. Crawford had an RBI groundout. Harper also hit a solo shot. And then Justin Crawford got an RBI single in the 6th inning. That's what they called it, an RBI single. And Brian De La Cruz also hit a sac fly. And Schwarber hit a sacrifice fly. It's an 8-0 lead. We're going to the bottom of the 6th, but first we are in another rain delay out in Baltimore, out at Camden Yards. All right, in the meantime, what we're going to do is, so we did the Atlanta Braves game. The Braves were up in the game, and they ended up winning. So right now what we're going to do is give me about another 3 minutes because the Arizona Diamondbacks are on. They are getting shut out by the Cleveland Guardians, and we'll be covering that game because the Diamondbacks are a game above the Philadelphia Phillies in the National League wildcard standings. They have the number 2 wildcard seed, so we'll be watching the rest of that game up until further notice. But give me about a couple of minutes just to get the iPad back out, and I will see you all very, very soon. Do not go anywhere.
Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Alrighty, hopefully you're all doing well and that you guys are having yourselves a very fantastic day. For the second time today, the Philadelphia Phillies are going into a rain delay. This has not happened in quite a little bit of time. The Phillies have not had 2 rain delays ever since we started streaming, and we've been on since 2023. So it's been quite a bit of time. So with that, the Braves game is done. The Marlins game is over. We're going to put our eyes on this Arizona Diamondbacks game because the Diamondbacks right now are 1 game in front of the Philadelphia Phillies. Right now they're getting shut out 5-0 in the top of the 8th inning. The Guardians and the Diamondbacks actually got started earlier today, and they were in a rain delay just like the Phillies, but the Guardians want to finish this game out. It does not look like it's raining over there. Geraldo Perdomo is up to bat, and it's no balls, or it's actually 1 ball, 1 strike to him. David Festa is pitching. Again, folks, don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe. We will keep you updated again on when the game will resume, and if it will even resume. The pitch, and now it's 2 balls, 1 strike to Geraldo Perdomo. Runner on over at first. Festa gets set at the letters and the 2-1 pitch. And Perdomo slices this one over the head of the third baseman, Arias. And the Diamondbacks have 2 runners on with 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning. It's a 5-0 lead for Cleveland. JJ, hoping the game gets called so we can sleep for this big day tomorrow. Hey, man, we're good. We're good, man. We're ready for anything and everything. And then don't worry, we got a post-game show after this too, so make sure that you guys stay on for that. 610-314-0844. But what's going on, Nick? It is good to see you, my friend. Can you believe it? It's crazy. Desiree is still here. What's up, Desiree? Marley's also still here. It is still good to see you guys on here. It looks like that Cam Smith, or Cade Smith, I should say, is going to enter into the ball game right now, as this technically is a save situation, I believe, because the tying run would be on deck. No, it's actually not. It's actually not, because there's runners at first and second. The bases were loaded. It's technically a save situation. But no, still not a save situation. It's considered a complete game. Desiree says, I'm good. And you? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. We are all good to go. Oh, man. I didn't see you on here yesterday, says Desiree. Yeah, I was not able to stream yesterday, so everything's all good, though, and we're back on today. Once again, we'll be live early tomorrow morning for trade deadline day, and we will keep you updated on what goes on throughout Major League Baseball throughout the day. If we get an alert late at night, we will be up, and we will be talking about what has gone on for the Philadelphia Phillies, and we will keep you updated with any sort of breaking news. That's what's going on. Leonard says, I'm still here. Nice. Good. Let's go. Shout out to my Philly freaks. I love you all very, very much. We have 329 likes. We are 171 likes away from getting to our goal of 500. 500. Did you put on your PJs? I'm thinking about doing that, says Big Bud. Nope. I have not put on my pajamas. Or pajamas, however you say it. How do you say it, pajamas or pajamas? I like pajamas better. Cade Smith, here he comes. 47 games, a 3-1 record, 30 saves, and 34 opportunities. That is second most in the majors. 50 innings for him, 70 strikeouts. He is just a machine when it comes to closing out games. Opponents are hitting .217 against him. And he will have to face Gabriel Moreno. And the first pitch is high for a ball. 2 outs, top of the 8th inning. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 runners on. Diamondbacks are getting shut out 5-0 against the Cleveland Guardians. 1 ball, no strikes. The 1-0 pitch. And that is high for ball 2. High and inside. 2 balls, no strikes. We're looking at about 2 more hours. We'll see. We'll see. The 2-0 pitch. A called strike on the upper tier of the zone at 98 miles per hour. Smith firing out of the gates. Can the Diamondbacks lose, and can the Guardians help out the Phillies? The 2-1 pitch. Fouled away. JJ, if you are Dave, what do you do within the next 24 hours? You panic, and you ask to be fired. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. If you're Dave Dombrowski, your whole goal is to make the offense and just the team better. Next pitch and batter was called for time. Would have been low for ball 3, but it's still 2-2. I said this before, I'll say it again. A successful trade deadline for me, like this is my dream trade deadline. Get Aroldis Chapman, go out there, get Hunter Green, also get Joe Adell and Alex Call. That to me is a home run trade deadline for Dave Dombrowski right now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the 2-2 pitch, swing, and Moreno got a piece of it. Wow. And he stays alive. Catcher could not hang on. Although I would not mind Luis Ariz, I think that he would help out the lineup, and I think that that would be great. But that is where I stand on my trade deadline. 2-2 pitch, fly ball hit out over towards shallow right, and the catch is made for out number 3, and the Diamondbacks are still down 5-0, and the Guardians go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Manzardo, Rocchio, and Arias are due on up to bat for Cleveland. Nice. We got Collingswood, New Jersey, says Sammy. What's up, Sammy? How you doing, buddy? What happened to the Phillies game? This is what's going on with the Phillies game right now. You see it on your screen. They are in another rain delay. And I just posted it, by the way. I pinned it at the top of the chat. So you should get notified on what's going on. I just said the Phillies are back in the rain delay. If you look at the pinned chat, they're back in the rain delay. We're going to be calling the rest of the Diamondbacks game until further notice. So that's what's going on. Anyhow, so they are back on the rain delay. Phillies need to sell, not buy. The fave, too many positions to fill in for the team. I don't know what that means. They need to sell, not buy. They got to sell, says Mark. Ugh. Dave is in a tough spot now, but he put himself there. The whole organization has put themselves there. It's good to see you guys. Looking at another 2 more hours. We'll see. We'll see. We're just chilling on here, man. We can go up until midnight, chat. I have all day. I just love being here with you guys. Do you guys remember Humberto Quintero? Apparently today is his birthday. Grady Sizemore, it's also his birthday too. Shout out to Grady Sizemore. Humberto Quintero, when did he play for the Phillies? Humberto is now 47 years old. He's I think he's like a coach, right? He was a bullpen coach For the Diamondbacks, that's right, from 2016 to 2021, Humberto Quintero played with the Phillies back in 2013. Here is Kyle Manzardo versus Jake Thompson, and the first pitch is in there for a strike. No balls and 1 strike. Aroldis. I would take Aroldis Chapman. No balls, 1 strike. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Grady Sizemore, great name. Oh, I miss Grady Sizemore. He was one of my favorite players. The 0-2 pitch, and a cold strike 3 on the outside corner by Thompson, and there's out number 1. Phillies again are in their second rain delay of the day. They lead it 8-0. JJ, what if there is one? Is your favorite minor league stadium that you've been to? I haven't really been to too many minor league stadiums. I'd have to say the Blue Rocks. I actually really love the Blue Rock Stadium. The pitch is outside for a ball. I really like being able to go there every day. It is a beautiful stadium for a minor league baseball team. They have such a great, it's in a great location, first of all. And second of all, it's just such a nice atmosphere. The pitch, this is popped up over towards the mound. Arenado is going to come running on in towards the mound, and he will make the basket catch for out number 2. But then again, I haven't really been to too many. I like the Harrisburg Senators Stadium. That was really cool. I went back in, I believe it was 2012, around that time. Maybe it was 2011. Yeah. The pitch. And this is fouled away. No balls, 1 strike, bottom of the 8th inning. 2 outs, nobody on. Arias is up to bat. They lead it 5-0 in the bottom of the 8th. And it's no balls and 1 strike to Arias, who is hitting .254 on the season with 5 home runs and 11 RBIs. No balls, 1 strike, 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. And here's the 0-1. And it's a called strike 2 at the knees. Daniel Roman, thank you so much for the sub over on YouTube. I appreciate it. 5-0 Cleveland. Bottom of the 8th. 2 outs. The 0-2 pitch to Arias. It's low for a ball. Patrick Bailey homered in the first. Actually, he homered in the third, and then Chase DeLauder had himself an RBI single in the third. He also had himself a 2-run double in the 5th, and Kyle Manzardo had a RBI single in the 5th. The 1-2 delivery. Swing and a miss, and we are going to go to the top of the 9th inning as Arizona is down to its final 3 outs. So if the Diamondbacks lose and if the Philadelphia Phillies win, the Phillies are tied for the second wild card spot in the National League wild card standings. See that Luis Garcia Jr. got traded to the Yankees? Yeah, we talked about that earlier. For sure. Absolutely. We're at 329 likes again, 276 people on here watching. Thank you all so much. For those of you who have really dedicated your time to being on here, we're at 335 likes. We need 165 more to get to our goal of 500. I would really appreciate if you guys did hit the thumbs up button and did subscribe to the channel. We've been on for over 4.5 hours. It's, what are we? It's at 5:40. We're at 5:40 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, it's been quite a bit. We should be, technically speaking, we should be off the air by now from our post-game show and all the coverage that we do. But yeah, anyhow, I love hanging out with you guys. Not saying that I wouldn't want to not be here, but it's been quite a day, and we're going to have an even longer day tomorrow. It'll be fun. I like the Norfolk Tides in Tacoma. Tacoma. That's cool. Norfolk Tides. Norfolk, Virginia. How often have you, when was the last time you were in Norfolk? Sorry, at the Norfolk Tide Stadium, sorry. Because I believe you are from Norfolk. If the rain continues, the game is postponed or the Phillies win. The Phillies would probably win because they played at least 5 innings, and that's technically considered a game, in quotes. Bills says, I'm still with you. Let's go. What's up, Bills? How you doing? Looking at about another 2 hours. Daniel again. Oh, I mentioned him before. Understand, nobody's going to get him because the Red Sox could actually make a run. That's true. That is true. Here's the pitch, and that's outside for a ball. This is Ketel Marte. I would love Ketel Marte on the Philadelphia Phillies. Oh, I would love it. 1 ball, no strikes. The 1-0 pitch is outside for ball 2. Get Ketel Marte in a Phillies uniform. That would be something. That would boost the lineup. 2 balls, no strikes. The 2-0 delivery. And a called strike at the knees. What are you giving up, JJ? Good question. I don't make the decisions. Joe with 20 joules. The pitch grounded over towards shortstop. And here's the throw over to first. And that is in time for out number 1. Joe, thank you so much for the 20. The 20 joules. Make it 30. 30 joules for Joe. Nice. We love it. Another 10 for Joe. Yeah. The pitch is taken for a ball. That's to Max Kepler, the former Phillies, 0 for 3. The 1-0 pitch, and that's taken for ball 2. Nice. Joe, thank you for all of the joules. The pitch, and that is taken for a called strike. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Did he just donate again? You just donated again, Joe? Thank you so much. 2 balls, 1 strike. Top of the 9th, and the pitch, swing and a miss. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. The pitch, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes as Kepler fouls one back towards the screen again. My top 4 parks: Philadelphia, Clearwater, Allentown, Reading. Yeah, there's no bias there. The 2-2, and that's down for ball 3. Absolutely no bias. I always like Max's swing. It's too bad he didn't work out with the Phillies. I agree with you there. I'm still hanging out with you, JJ, no matter what it is, for as long as I can. I appreciate you, Scott. I love you so much, buddy. Next pitch, and that's taken for ball 3. The one thing that I will always remember from Max Kepler is the home run that he hit against Mason Miller when he was on the A's. The 3-2 pitch, and that's down for ball 4, and Kepler gets on with a 1-out walk here in the top of the 9th inning for Arizona. Clearwater, love that everyone takes the pilgrimage. It's good to see you guys. I don't know, Mark. I had them and never send them. Well, thank you so much. It's extra currency. That's what it is. That's what it is. Thank you so much for using that on me. I appreciate it. Here's the pitch. The sweeper is outside for ball 1. Smith is still pitching. This time he's facing Nolan Arenado. He might be moved at the deadline as well. I don't know. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Up high and inside for ball 2. We are 160 subscribers away from getting to 12,000 subs on YouTube, my friends. The 2-0 pitch. High again for ball 3. Phillies are still in a rain delay. This is their second rain delay of the day. If the game does resume, it'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Phillies are shutting out Baltimore 8-0. 3-0 pitch and a called strike right at the knees. 3 balls and 1 strike. The 3-1 pitch outside for ball 4, and the Diamondbacks have 2 runners on in the top of the 9th with 1 out. I don't know how this sounds. Castillo got cut by the Padres when they were in Philly earlier this year. He is still a free agent technically. We have a timeout taken. Carl Willis is going to have a word with Cade Smith here and try to settle him down and get on the same page. 5:46 p.m. Eastern Time. Hit the thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. Nice. Oh, boy. Cheers, everybody. L'chaim, for those of you who are still with us. What's awesome is that with these types of games, especially when there's 2 delays, I really get to see, who my loyal freaks are. That's awesome. Tim Tawa is up to bat. He's 1 for 3. Top of the 9th, 2 runners on, 1 out, and the pitch to Tawa. Grounded over towards shortstop, and it's bobbled by Arias, and everybody's going to be safe. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Rocchio actually bobbled it, and that could have ended the game. And the Diamondbacks have the bases loaded. Oh, gosh. He bobbled it as he tried to flick it over to Travis Mazzana. Come on, Guardians. We need you to take care of business against the Snakes. Here comes Vargas, and the pitch is fouled back. The tying run is on deck. Vargas 0 for 3, grounded out his last at-bat. And here's the pitch, swing and a miss. The splitter was down the middle. Ildemaro Vargas, the former National, is in the box. No balls and 2 strikes to Vargas. Smith kicks, fires, and it's chopped foul towards the first base side. Was he channeling Trey Turner? Dude, he must have been. I mean, at least he's usually really good over at shortstop defensively, but there he bobbled it on the bare hand. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and there's out number 2. All right. Come on, Cleveland. 1 more out to go. Cade's like, you know what, if I'm not going to get help from my defense, I'm going to do it myself. Oh, the game is over, and the Phillies win. That's the ball game. They just called the ball game right now. So the Phillies do get themselves a win. They just called ball game. It's over. Let's go! We'll take it. They won the series. We'll watch the rest of this game, obviously. That's the game. All right, it's 1 ball, 1 strike. We're just still going to finish out the rest of this game because why not? The 1-1 pitch, ground ball hit over to first, and this ball game is over too as the Diamondbacks get shut out by Cleveland. All righty, there we go. So this game is done, and the Phillies are tied with Arizona for that second wild card spot. That's good. We'll take that that W as well. Why not? I'm really happy they didn't have to text the bullpen today. Nice. All right. So the ball game is over. The Philadelphia Phillies shut out the Baltimore Orioles and beat them by a final score of 8-0. And that is how the ball game ends. Didn't even get into the 7th inning. No, it did not. We couldn't even do 7th inning trivia today. That is pretty crazy. Could not even do that today at all. All right, so with that, give me 5 minutes and we will come on for a post-game show. There's a lot to break down. There's a lot to talk about, and we will have you guys calling into the show, 610-314-0844. That is how you dial on in. The Phillies have won a series. The next time they will play baseball, the team is obviously going to look different, says Luke Archini, and he is 1,000% correct. Harper and Crawford are the players of the game. The Phillies will be playing tomorrow night, and the first pitch of that game will be against the Washington Nationals at 6:40 p.m. Eastern Time. Their next off day is going to be August 14th as they play the Field of Dreams game on the 13th. That's pretty wild. 6-7. Thank you so much, Scott, for the 6-7. The 67 joules, I appreciate it. All right, so we'll be back on for the post-game show in 5 minutes. I will see you all in just a few moments. Do not go anywhere. I will see you very, very soon.
graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome on into the Phillies post-game show here on Play-by-Play with JJ. What a wonky game for the Philadelphia Phillies, but it took them 6 innings for them to decide this game. This was one of those games where I was surprised that they didn't delay it to begin with. Zach Wheeler went 2 innings today, and then the Philadelphia Phillies went into their first rain delay in the bottom of the 3rd inning out in Baltimore. And then when it went to the bottom of the 6th, they ended up still in a rain delay, and then they finally called it just about 20 minutes ago or so. Maybe a little bit less than that. But regardless, the Phillies do get themselves a win and a much-needed series win against the Baltimore Orioles before they head back to Citizens Bank Park to take on the Washington Nationals for a 4-game set. My takeaways from this series. The Phillies finally got themselves 2 wins in a row. Much needed wins for this ball club if they want to feel confident about heading on into the trade deadline. I think that this makes them feel at least a little bit better. Maybe it doesn't really make a difference, but I know that for a lot of fans that are out there, you feel much better heading on into Citizens Bank Park and going back to Philly to take on the Washington Nationals. Maybe this can spark a little run out of the Philadelphia Phillies because this is their first series win that they've had since the All-Star break. I just want this team to be able to build momentum, and obviously we are going to be talking about the trade deadline. I will be live all morning tomorrow, and I will be live tonight. If the Philadelphia Phillies do actually decide to make a move, we will be live. We will be talking all about it, and we'll be talking about this baseball team. So make sure that you guys stay on and stay updated for all of the news in regards to the Philadelphia Phillies for the trade deadline. But this game in particular, I want to talk about it because in this game, the Philadelphia Phillies just got 2 innings from Zach Wheeler. Let's talk about Zach because today, overall, I thought that he did pretty good. I was really nervous about Zach Wheeler. I was very, 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 very worried about how he was going to look out there on the field today. I was super nervous because he just did not have his velocity in his last game, and he only went 3 innings, and you don't usually see a downtick in velocity like what Zach Wheeler displayed, and they pulled him after 3. And I was thinking that maybe that there was an injury that was involved with it. Now, I'm not going to say that Zach Wheeler's off the hook here because, again, he only pitched 2 innings, so we really didn't get much out of Zach Wheeler, but from what we did get out of him, I can say to myself, I definitely feel better than what I thought before. I know that he said, even after the game, that he doesn't feel any sort of discomfort. I've just been, as a Philadelphia sports fan, I've seen a lot of times where people, even the players themselves, say something like that, and it just brings up a lot of flashbacks to a lot of bad sports injuries that I've seen from Philadelphia sports athletes. But he looked good today from what he showed us. He was throwing a lot of 95, 96 mile per hour fastballs that were just located properly in the zone. He got a lot of swing and miss stuff from that curveball today, too. The curveball looked really good out of his hand. It was just firing on all cylinders. He got a lot of swings and misses out of it. It was not flat. It had a lot of movement, a lot of velocity to it, and that made me very happy because, again, Zach Wheeler I know that he only pitches every 5 games, but even with Christopher Sanchez and Jesus Luzardo in this starting rotation, the Phillies need to have Zach Wheeler, and he is the ace of this staff. And for him to just be out there in the playoffs, it gives you a much better chance. It gives you a much better chance of going up against a competitor like the Milwaukee Brewers, like the Atlanta Braves, and obviously the Los Angeles Dodgers. You need Zach Wheeler to be healthy, and you need to get him into the postseason with all good health. You got to get the most out of him. So today, 32 pitches, 24 strikes, and again, just 2 innings, but I saw some really good stuff out of him. I was really nervous about today because I thought that this was going to tax the bullpen. And I am so happy that the Philadelphia Phillies did not even have to worry about that today because this team is going to be a lot different heading on into tomorrow. I wonder, even if with the trade deadline stuff, if Major League Baseball just said, all right, we got through the 5th inning, and now we're going to be in a delay again. Let's just call it because we don't want you guys, either you or Baltimore, to just use more pitchers because we both know that you're going to be active at the deadline tomorrow. I wonder if there was some sort of decision when it came to that, too. I don't know. Maybe I'm speculating, but it was just such a weird time. It was. But you didn't have to go to Jonathan Bolin today. You didn't have to go to Duran today. Didn't have to go to any of – you only just went to 3 guys. You just went to 3 guys, and that's it. So that makes me very happy. Backus went 1 inning today. Meza went 2. And really, Orion didn't even pitch. I forgot that they said that he was going to, and he was going to come on in, but obviously he didn't even pitch. You didn't have to use Orion Kirkland today. You just used 2 bullpen guys. You just used 2 guys. That was it. That worked out as a best-case scenario for this team. So Meza does get the win. He's technically 3-3 on the season. Bradish does get the loss. He's now 7-10. But Meza did go 2 innings. I just don't really have a lot of confidence in this bullpen. Backus did not necessarily look his best today. I take everything with a grain of salt. He didn't look good at all. He had runners again over at 2nd and 3rd. Pete Alonso, unluckily for his sakes, just hit a shot right over to Bryce Harper as Alonso, again, was ahead in the count 3-0. Then it became 3-2, and that ball was drilled right over to Bryce. And after Alonso came up, right after him, it was Gunnar Henderson who hit a shot out over towards center and ended up lining out, and that ended the inning. So Backus got the result. I just did not like how he looked today. Again, it's been a problem for a little bit of time, and we don't have to continue to banging on that drum because we've been banging on that drum for quite a bit of time. Backus is just not a major league pitcher. There's a lot of pitchers that are in this bullpen that we say to ourselves are not even major league pitchers. Seth Johnson and Kyle Backus are definitely 2 of those people that we have continually said that are not big league pitchers. We've seen enough. And that's what I got to say about that. The offense today did a good job. Yes, they did. They did a very good job today. I was a big fan of how they ended up getting their runs. I'm not going to take much stock into this, though, because, again, the Orioles bullpen is not who you're going to be facing in the playoffs. You're going to be facing much better bullpens who have better arms and guys of that nature, but this is a start. Right? You got to capitalize on bad pitching. I'm not saying I don't take any stock into that. But there were times today where Nunez, left out pitches over the middle of the plate. He walked a lot of batters. The problem with the Orioles today is that they walked a lot of guys. If you could see Suarez pitching, his location was off. Part of that obviously had to do with the weather. The weather did not play a good factor into Baltimore's decision-making today and their lack of execution, but the Phillies pounced on it, and they did what they had to do. Nunez walked 2 batters too. Ricky Bottalico says it all the time. A walk can be a pitcher's worst nightmare. And the Philadelphia Phillies were very patient at the plate, and they just moved runners over from station to station and let the Baltimore Orioles pretty much crumble themselves. There's times where we watch this Philadelphia Phillies team and opponents are leaving pitches out over the middle of the plate, and we're saying to ourselves, why aren't the Phillies taking advantage there? Or we see guys throwing a lot of junk, and Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper just chasing on after it, and we're like, how come they didn't hold up there? Or why did they swing at those horrible pitches? Same thing with Trey Turner. It happens a lot of times. Just be patient at the plate and take what the pitcher is giving you. It's one thing if the starting pitcher is dominating the zone, then you got to try to foul off pitches, and you got to work up at bats like what Bryson Stott did yesterday. Today, though, the offense capitalized on all the mistakes from Baltimore. Good. They got to rack up these wins. I don't care how they happen. They got to rack up these wins. The whole mentality for me right now when it comes to this Philadelphia Phillies team is obviously get to the playoffs. We have yet to really assess what the rest of the season looks like because that assessment really comes into play tomorrow. It comes tomorrow after the trade deadline. That's when it comes. So I don't know how this team is going to do and what they're going to do to make moves. Which moves that they're going to make, we can all guess. We'll be getting updates on our phones, obviously. But this is a different team tomorrow, and we'll have to assess that as needed. I also want you guys to remember this, too, when we head on into tomorrow. Okay? Not saying that you should give this Phillies team grace. But if they also do make moves tomorrow, that is going to affect tomorrow's game. I'm just putting that out there. I'm just stating that because obviously there's going to be guys that aren't going to be on this team anymore. And with those holes, they're going to have to try to call up different guys to the roster. And they're going to have to make room for a certain amount of players. I'm just putting that out there. Okay, so if you expect them to win tomorrow, it all depends. A lot of the odds are going to shift, obviously, depending on what the Philadelphia Phillies do at the deadline. Same thing with the Washington Nationals. It's the same exact thing. But I just wanted to make sure that I put that out there because tomorrow is a big day. And tonight is a big night, too. Tonight and tomorrow, all day, are all about Dave Dombrowski. How can Dave make the team better? And we'll get more into that. But to just get back on track here with the Philadelphia Phillies, good. They took 2 out of 3 against the Baltimore Orioles. I need them to build off of this. I need them to capitalize again on really bad pitching and take what the pitchers are giving them. They did that in 2 out of 3 of these games. Obviously disappointed that they lost on Friday. Would have loved them to get a series sweep. But they're stepping in, I don't want to say that they're stepping in the right direction, but they're playing better than what they've showed us. That's a start. It's not what we want, but it's a start. It's a start. They got a lot of work to do. I'm still not feeling good, but we're going to be supporting this team, obviously, no matter what. So, other at-bats today that I really enjoyed. Yes, Kyle Schwarber had one walk that I thought was really big after Trey Turner walked in the third. Unfortunately, Bryce Harper did strike out in that moment in time, right after Kyle Schwarber and Trey Turner got on with walks. I don't know what Trey Turner was doing over at first base, by the way, on that same play. That was ridiculous. He should have just stayed right over at first. He took a stance. He took the lead off over at first on what ended up being a 3-2 pitch, and then he sort of hesitated, and then he took another lead, and then the pitcher knew that obviously he was way off the bag, so obviously then threw it over to first, got him caught into a rundown, and that ended up being a costly out. I just don't like, again, how this team is finding ways just like that, even on the bases, to smack themselves in the head. Don't tell me, oh, this happens with other baseball teams. While, yes, that's true, I have seen some really bad blunders on the bases, not just from the Phillies. There's no excuse. There's no excuse for this stuff to be continually happening time and time again. And that's why I get very disappointed with the Philadelphia Phillies, because we saw this with JT. We saw this so many times, even just over the years, where they shoot themselves in the foot and they have an opportunity and they're not hitting the ball well with runners in scoring position. I would much rather have them ground out with bases loaded and nobody out and just not even get a run than see them making mistakes on the bases. Because that is shooting yourself in the foot at its finest. You're causing these outs yourself, and you're making silly mistakes, and those things add up. So I would much rather see them, and not saying that I'd like this, but if there was an opportunity with bases loaded and nobody out and they don't get a run, it's still inexcusable. But with the base running blunders that they've been having, that is just little league stuff. That's little league. That's not what a professional baseball team needs to be doing with players who are getting paid millions and millions of dollars. That's just unacceptable. But getting back to the topic at hand, Kyle Schwarber did get on with a walk, and then Bryce Harper struck out. But I still really liked that Schwarber at bat. I am a fan of Brian De La Cruz. That 2-run shot that he hit was nice. I want Brian De La Cruz to be on this team after the All-Star break, unless the Philadelphia Phillies can get a good package for him, and obviously then he has to be included in the deal. But Brian can play. Brian can play, and I want them to continue to ride this thing out. Brandon Marsh was having his hot spurt, and the Phillies rode that out. I think that they should do the same thing with Brian De La Cruz. This guy can hit. He can hit for power. He can hit for contact. He also is very fast. And he has a chip on his shoulder. Let's not forget about that. He was let go of by the Marlins. He had a lot of promise and a lot of potential with the Miami Marlins. And now that he's back in the majors, he has something to prove. He has that blue-collar mentality that we can all appreciate and that we all come to love, because we bleed the red, the white, and the powder blues. That's what he's doing. So he had a nice shot over the straightaway center today. Got the Phillies offense started after the Justin Crawford double. Crawford's also hitting the ball better too, which makes me happier. But again, there's still a lot of work to do. Bohm did get 2 hits today. He also put up a run. Crawford put up 2 runs today. And Harper had the solo home run. Good for him to be able to do that off of a lefty. It was a bad mistake, but he did it. First time that that's happened since the beginning of the season. But that was nice. That was nice to see. I just need more. All I can say at this point is that I just need more. I need this team to be consistent, because they have not had a good start to the second half. And even at the very beginning of July, throughout all of July, they played terrible baseball. They had a chance to be able to cut the deficit even less and possibly take over the NL East division. They were at 1.2 games in back of the Atlanta Braves. And right now, as we speak, at this moment in time, they are still 8 games in back of Atlanta. They're still 8 games in back of Atlanta, and they're only 1.5 above the Miami Marlins. They have got to get that separation from Miami, from Washington, from Pittsburgh, and from all of those teams, and just be able to continue to sustain success and get themselves back in the division race. That's what I want at this moment in time. So 610-314-0844 is how you dial on into the Phillies postgame show. We talked about Backus. We talked about Tim Mesa. We talked about Zach Wheeler. For those of you, I know that there were a lot of comments saying that why would the Philadelphia Phillies go to Kyle Backus in the 3rd inning. I'm going to be honest with you. That's not Don Mattingly's fault. That's a Dave Dombrowski problem. right? If you're upset that Kyle Backus is out there for the third inning, this is the roster that was given to you, okay? Would you rather have Kyle Backus go out there for the third inning or for the seventh inning or for the sixth inning, the eighth inning, the ninth inning? You surely don't want him later in the game. I understand that you don't want him at all, but there is just no other option. Now, I agree that Alex McFarland should be called back up. I don't know why he got sent down. Okay, but obviously Backus is a lefty, yes. But I'm just saying that where else do you want him to come on in? Because this is a Dave Dombrowski problem. If you're going to blame Don Mattingly for putting in Kyle Backus, and again, Backus somehow, some way got out of that third inning. I don't know how. But that is just flawed in my opinion because where else do you put him? You can't put him in for the first. You can't put him into the game at all, period. I don't know. Obviously, you can't use him in high leverage spots. So he has to come on in at some point in time. So, first series win since the All-Star break. Yeah, that's all great stuff. That is all great stuff. I am happy again that they're stepping, that they took a step forward. That was the goal heading out of the series. Take a step forward. Do not continue to take steps backwards. And they did. There's a long ways to go, ladies and gentlemen. A long, long ways to go. But I can't be mad. I would rather be feeling like this than screaming my lungs out at this Phillies team. Okay? That's where I stand. So, the rain is truly a blessing. Every drop, a blessing for the Phillies and to us too. Yes, it was important that the Phillies ended up only having to go to 2 bullpen pitchers today. That worked out very well. It did. The Phillies were lucky with that. But again, I'm also wondering too if Major League Baseball said something because of the trade deadline being tomorrow. Just get to the 6th. Just get us past the 5th inning, and just let us get to tomorrow with the trade deadline. So that's where I stand. 610-314-0844 is how you dial on into the postgame show. The floor is all yours, chat. The floor is all yours. If you guys want to call on in, you most certainly can. You most certainly can. All right. Play-by-play with JJ. I got the impression Middleton is holding Dombrowski back, unsure if he wants to spend and get. JS, by holding him back, what do you mean by holding him back? That he doesn't want to have to pay for more on players? You think that maybe that's what it is? I disagree. I'm happy that you bring this up, though, man, because some people, even on the Twitter space, have actually said the same thing, that John Middleton is holding back Dave Dombrowski from making extra moves. And I disagree with this, because John Middleton has been willing to spend all the money that he can to put this Phillies in a championship level window. And Dave and Bryce have not been able to execute. Part of the blame goes on Bryce too, because they've given Bryce Harper the keys at times for him to play GM. So John's willing to spend. John has been willing to spend the big dollars on JT, on Bryce Harper, on Trey Turner, on Duran, on Zach Wheeler, on Jesus Luzardo, and on Christopher Sanchez. And just has not gotten the return of investment. So if Dave wasn't given a leash, I would say that John Middleton wouldn't be willing to spend as much as he has. Look at the payroll. The Philadelphia Phillies have one of the highest payrolls in all of baseball. And so that's my whole point about this whole thing. If John Middleton was hindering Dave Dombrowski, then John Middleton would have never been willing to spend all the amount of money that he's been spending right now. That's how I see it, though. Scott, what's going on, buddy? How you doing, man? It is good to see you. Good to hear from you. Your takeaways from the series.
Well, I will say this first and foremost. The streak is over. The losing streak is over.
The losing streak is over. That's good.
Yes, it is. Phillies.
Scott, what do the Phillies need at the trade deadline tomorrow? What do they need in order for them to just improve? We're not talking about compete with the Dodgers. In order for them to be a better team, what do they need? Who do they need?
Pitching.
Pitching.
Pitching. That's it.
So you could care less about a bat. You could care less about a right-handed
Right.
bat.
Yes.
Okay. So you think that they have to stock up on pitching, get themselves a bullpen arm, get themselves a nice starting pitcher, but you could care less about the offense. Do you think that they will add a bat?
They could.
Yeah.
Potentially. I'm not sure, though. They might.
Yeah. I think that they're going to get at least one bat, but it might not be like a needle-moving bat. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to probably try to go after a needle-moving type of a pitcher in the bullpen and in the rotation, and then maybe just add like another cute depth chart piece, like another platoon outfielder, that type of a thing.
Right. Maybe go after Luis Ariz or somebody like that.
I would love that. I would love them to go out there and get Luis Ariz. He would really help out the offense. He's one of the best, if not the best, contact hitters in all of baseball, and he would really boost up this lineup. He's another lefty, but hey, man, you got to do what you got to do to improve. What were your thoughts, though, on this game?
Well, I thought it was really good to see Bryce Harper get a home run today.
That was
It
nice.
was great. Which he hasn't had one of those in a while, so that's good.
That was good.
So, yeah. Trade deadline is going to be awesome.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that Bryce Harper capitalized on a mistake today. Also, I forgot to mention this too, but Brandon Marsh had a really nice sliding catch. That ball was sinking over towards that left field corner, and he made a really good catch out in left field. I forgot to give Brandon Marsh's flowers on the defensive side because that catch was awesome.
Oh, no, well, yeah, I didn't actually get to watch the game because Baltimore games are blocked out in my area.
Ugh, that sucks. That sucks, dude. I'm still happy that you were able to tune on in over on here. I'm sure that you're going to be watching the highlights. Yeah.
Oh, I will. I definitely will. And we'll definitely be keeping up with you and all that.
Yep. That's not going to get a lot of sleep tonight. That's right.
Especially tomorrow, I'm going to keep up with you.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice to keep up with everything. Dave Dombrowski needs to get his coffee. He has to be ready in the morning, and he needs to wake up, Scott. He needs to wake up. He can't be getting any sleep all night. He has to make the team better. If he gets sleep, it better be a good night's sleep.
Right, he needs to be in bed right now.
That's right. I want him making moves, and if I want him, I need him to be making moves. That's what we want. All right, Scott, I'm going to let you go. I'll talk to you later, though, my friend. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. See you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good, buddy. Shout out to Scott on the chat. In the chat. Drop the MVPs. Yeah. The Philadelphia Phillies are 46-18 when Zach Wheeler, Christopher Sanchez, and Jesus Luzardo start a game. They are 13-35 when anybody else starts. And they ended up getting the win today. And they won a series for the first time since the All-Star break. And they actually took a step in the right direction. So, bad news rain, good news series win, says the Philadelphia Phillies Twitter page, and that is good. I like that. Yeah. What else? What else did I want to say? I forget what else. Now they can't even pull first base out of the ground to change the bag between innings and finally just said screw it and give up. What a day for the Baltimore grounds crew. Dude, they deserve a big shout out because they did everything that they possibly could out there to try to keep this game going. And I have to give them a shout out for everything that they did today. I don't really know if other streamers will do the same thing, but the grounds crew did everything that they possibly could, and I want to make sure that they give that I give their flowers to them and everybody that was a part of it because it's not easy. That's something that's not an easy job being able to do, and they were ready for every single moment, and they did their best. They really tried to get this full game in there today, and the weather was not looking good heading on into this game, and at least they got 6 innings in, but they tried everything. They tried everything, kept on testing the dirt, kept on putting on dry dirt to see if they could even, get a game in, and they just could not, unfortunately. So I got no confidence in Dave Dombrowski, says Joanne. What's up, Joanne? How you doing? Yeah, Don's just working with what bullpen he was given. Yeah, I don't understand the whole complaint about Don Mattingly not going to Kyle Backus there because, again, what would you rather have? Would you rather have Kyle Backus go out there for the 7th and the 8th inning in a very close game? No, obviously you wouldn't. You'd be ripping him to shreds. This is a Dave Dombrowski issue. This had nothing to do with Don Mattingly today when it came to his decision-making in the bullpen. It almost backfired. It almost blundered, and I know almost doesn't count, but even then, I will tell you this for free. People will probably say, well, if Backus gives up the lead there, you're probably saying, what the heck is going on, Don? I'm being dead honest when I say this. They had no other choice. You're not going to put Zach Wheeler back in the game after a 2-hour or an hour 40-minute rain delay, however you want to call it. That's just not what you do. That's not what you do in this type of a game, and you don't want to risk an injury for Zach Wheeler. That's not what you do. You can't put him back into the game, and you got to use one of your lower and middle relief guys. They don't have a middle relief guy. It's not like the Dodgers who have a Roki Sasaki or an Emmett Sheehan coming out of the bullpen if Derek Skubal only goes 2 innings because of the rain. That's not how it works. They just don't have that depth, and that's a Dave Dombrowski problem. And that's an organizational issue. You just have to hope that this roster gets hot in October, says Leonard. Yeah, we want them to obviously get hot at the right time. We want them to be clicking on all cylinders. But we also don't want them to miss the playoffs, right? And we want them to try to get better when it comes to the right-handed bats, when it comes to getting another starting pitcher and boosting up the bullpen. It's a lot for them to try to attack during this trade deadline. But this is if they stand pat and if they want to be contenders. I don't think that the Philadelphia Phillies are going to be sellers at the deadline. I would be very shocked. I would be super, super shocked if the Philadelphia Phillies were sellers at the trade deadline. I'd be shocked. Regardless of what you believe, the Philadelphia Phillies are not going to sell. That's just not what they're going to do. But we were coming up with so many different hypotheticals, and we'll come up with other ones tomorrow. Is Kyle Schwarber on the table? I think that he might be. I think he should, I would say. I don't think he is going to be, but I think he possibly should. But we'll get more into that at a little bit of a later time. Okay? But the bottom line, staying back on track, as I've failed to do 3 times during this whole entire postgame show. Yeah. There was nothing that you could do about the bullpen. Nothing that you can do about the bullpen today. And it worked out really well that you didn't have to go 7 innings with your bullpen today. I was really nervous about that. I was super scared about that because you don't have an off day until next Thursday. Or sorry, not this coming Thursday, but the next Thursday after that. That is bad. So you didn't have to worry about that today. I was really nervous that they were going to have to worry about that. And thank goodness that did not happen. And that this was just only 6 innings. So, Dombrowski can't fill a starting pitcher and a middle reliever and a right-handed bat. I'm going after the starting pitcher, says Boots. If you were to pick one of the 3 of what he has to nail, you're saying that he has to nail the starting pitcher. And I go back and forth with this whole entire conversation. I really do. JJ, you're going to cover the Boston Red Sox game today. I do have to eat at some point in time. I might be back on a little bit later tonight, but this whole game really threw me off. This whole game really did throw me off. So you will see if I am live reporting on the trade deadline topic. If there is nothing going on tonight, I will be on very early tomorrow morning, and we'll be covering the Philadelphia Phillies and their whole entire trade deadline day tomorrow, okay? That's how it's going to work. Stott had a 15-pitch at-bat yesterday. It was absolutely amazing. Michael, he has to do that more. He has to do that more. And the rest of this team has to do that too, because that is what made the Philadelphia Phillies in 2022 scary, and that's how they got hot at the right time, because they were fouling off pitches, because they were actually taking what the pitcher was giving them, and when they were throwing mistakes, the Philadelphia Phillies capitalized every single time. You got big swings from Rhys Hoskins in the playoffs, big swings from even Kyle Schwarber and Gene Segura, because the pitchers were all throwing mistakes for the most part, and Bryce Harper too was racking. Middleton has $100 million in bats. If they can make contact at the plate, we got bigger problems. If Dave focuses on anything than a starting pitcher and a bullpen, he needs to be fired. Yes. If he focuses, unless it's for Luis Ariz. If it's Luis Ariz, then obviously he has to still get help in the rotation and he has to get help in the bullpen. But I will say, if he doesn't fix the outfield, but he gets Luis Ariz, the lineup is better. The lineup is better. And again, it all depends on who do they go after. There's not one way. There's not one type of way that they can get better. They can add to some of the deficiencies that they have, and they have a lot of deficiencies. They have 5 different holes. So I don't know. That's where my mind is, though. Remember last year, the reason the Dodgers won last season, they beat themselves in the late innings, says Leonard. Yeah, the Philadelphia Phillies did beat themselves, and that's what they did against the Dodgers the second time that they faced them again out in Philadelphia. And we're talking about a team whose starting pitching did not even include Ohtani, Skubal, or any of their top guys. Justin Robleski was an all-star, and yet when everybody else is healthy, he's a number 6. So they did face Justin, and I expected them to not put up many runs in that game. But against Sasaki and some of the other guys, like Emmett Sheehan, they should have won those games, Chad. They beat themselves. They beat themselves in that series, and that's what was unacceptable about that. They did it against the B squad of the rotation. YouTube has the absolute worst timing for ads to try. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. That really does suck. I recommend the YouTube package where you get no commercials, says Leonard. What else? What else do we want? I had Baltimore plus 4.5. What happens to my bet? You lost. You're done. GG's. Hold up. GG's. Yeah, I hear you though, Try. That's really frustrating. I'm in the middle of a sentence and all of a sudden an ad pops up. It's like I'm in the middle of a sentence. Did you know that Geico could save you 15 minutes or 15% or more on car insurance? You know? That's really annoying. It's really frustrating. I get that. Tigers had a mediocre second baseman. Mays is the target. He might be good. Casey Mize have a mediocre second pitcher. And Casey Mize, yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to getting Casey Mize. But again, what's your goal? To get a mediocre number 4 starting pitcher and then add a really good bullpen piece and a really good bat? How do you attack this? If you're Dave Dombrowski, you need to have a Pythagorean theorem of okay, we're going to try to improve as much as we can, but how much how much of the pie do we give to this department? How much of the pie do we give to the bullpen? How much of the pie do we give to the offense? Do we go out there and do we try to get an outfield? How much of the pie do we give to that? Like, there's so many different areas. Again, like, there's so many different holes. They got to put soil in so many different grounds here. How much do they put in with just a certain amount of soil that they have? You know? That's what it comes down to. Shout out to the grounds crew. They get paid to do that. It's just hardcore. Yeah, well, at the same time, like, I don't know. I like to give people their flowers. I understand that it's their job, but it was not easy for them. Same thing with the broadcast crew. I usually like to give flowers where flowers are due because obviously there's times where we see them screw up and they don't get the credit that they deserve. You know, like, people complain all the time and they don't really get a lot of praise. So I like to give praise where praise is due. That's just how I do it, though. But I understand your thoughts and I understand your feelings about that. But that's how I operate. You know, I know that even from people who work in retail or people who work in other jobs, that type of a thing, you know, they got a lot of complaints. You know, but if somebody is helpful, if somebody does a good job, I like to say thank you, you know, to those people. So that's how I operate, though. But yeah, Marsh's beer is co-MVP, Elaine. Marsh is my MVP for today. This is Elaine. What's up? What's up, Elaine? How you doing? The only way I take Osman is if they give me Hoffman as well for Marsh. So you would be open to trading away Brandon Marsh, even though he is arguably your best outfielder, and you would stock up more on the pitching. I feel like the other thing that I have to keep in mind, too, is that they could make a trade for Brandon Marsh, right? And they get Kevin Gausman and Jeff Hoffman. That can't be all that they do. That can't be all that they do. Because then they're going to have to go out there and get themselves a solidified outfielder, too. You can argue, and you're probably saying, well, is Marsh a solidified outfielder? Well, I don't think that they're treating him that way because, again, now he's sitting again against lefties. I know that he wasn't doing well and he was going through a cold stretch, but he's an everyday player. I will still die on that bridge. I still will. Birdwatcher ran onto the field with a hairdryer trying to help dry the infield, says Michael. That's cool. If they get rid of Stott, I'm not watching any more games this year, says Try. If they get rid of Stott, though, for Luis Ariz, that's an upgrade. Technically, that's an upgrade. They're in too deep. They will watch the team fail to have a reason to blow it up, but he might now actively spend more money to get better. He might not actively spend more money to get better. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so any other things that I would like to talk about that were on the Twitter side of things? I haven't seen any sort of breaking news on the Philadelphia Phillies. Again, Gavin Williams went 5 2/3 today. He allowed 1 hit. He struck out 10 batters, 1 walk, and gave up no runs. I actually would not be shocked. Again, I said this before. I would not be shocked if Gavin Williams pitched his last game for the Cleveland Guardians today, and if the Milwaukee Brewers or even a team like the Philadelphia Phillies, I could actually see the Philadelphia Phillies possibly being in now that they didn't get Tarek Skubal. I don't know if the Guardians would accept that package, and I still think that for a guy like Gavin, that is ridiculous. I don't know. And I don't think that the Guardians would even take the package, but I'm just saying that it would not shock me if Dave Dombrowski said we could use a Gavin Williams on this starting rotation. And a rotation with Gavin Williams, Christopher Sanchez, Zach Wheeler, and Jesus Luzardo on paper sounds really, really good. You know, you have Gavin Williams potentially as your number 3. He is a very good number 3. He's one of the top 20, top 15 best pitchers in all of baseball. But what's it going to take to get that done? It's going to take pretty much your whole entire farm system to be able to get that. And are the Phillies going to want to do that? I don't think so, but I don't know. That's just something to keep your eye on. It is something to watch out for. So, Adam says, I think Dombrowski needs to retire. Harper needs to stop trying to play GM at the same exact time, says Adam. Yeah, I'm happy that we're in agreement with this because it goes on both sides. I will continue to say it again and again and again. Both sides are wrong. Both sides are wrong. Bryce should have never been called out in the first place publicly by Dave. And while he was right about Bryce Harper not being elite last year, shouldn't have done that. Bryce Harper saying, I think we need some help. Again, he's right in the grand scheme of things, but also for him to do that, that's a bad look because they got to look at themselves in the mirror and take accountability because they're part of the problem as to where this team is. And people might not agree with me. I don't care. Those are my true thoughts. Call me whatever you want. Call me stupid. Call me other types of names. That's just the way that I see it. Both sides are in the wrong, and I will just keep it at that. But Dave better get a good night's sleep tonight. If he is going to get any sleep, it needs to be now, and he has to make this team better. That's the goal. That is the goal. Anything that I'd like to see from press conferences. Let's double check that right now. So this is from Don Mattingly. I would like to play this for you right now. That we did get something from Don Mattingly. It was posted on NBC Sports Philadelphia 2 minutes ago on their YouTube on their Twitter page. Hold up 1 second.
The first rain delay, you had a pretty long conversation with the umpire. It was just a little frustration maybe that you were going to lose Wheeler there.
Yeah, a little bit. Just starting it like that. I mean, both teams, honestly, both teams lost their starter. I know they're trying to make the best decision, but that was a little frustrating.
What did you think of Wheeler, though?
It was good.
For 2 innings.
What you back? It's just what we talked about. It looked like Wheeler. His fastball's back, sharp, breaking ball's good. So, yeah.
All right, so pretty much he just said that in regards to the grounds crew, I know that they're trying to make the best decision, but that was a little frustrating, and I can understand that, right? Because obviously Don has to make decisions, and he has to adjust his game plan with what he's going to do. He just does. Sorry about the volume. Let me put this back up a little bit. That's better. Sorry about that. But yeah, regardless, that must have been really frustrating for Don to be able to deal with that type of stuff. But ultimately, it worked out. I think it worked out very well. I am thrilled. If I'm Don Mattingly today, I'm thrilled because I did not have to go to many arms out of my bullpen. I thought that I was going to have to go to 7 different guys, possibly even more, and I only had to go to 2. That's a win. That is a huge win in my books. So that's where I stand. Marsh is not my best outfielder. He is 7 for 50 since the All-Star break. Yeah, but he was your best hitter in the first half of the season. He just was. He was your best hitter. He was playing every day. He was hitting really well against lefties. He's your best outfielder, period. He's your best overall outfielder. Now, maybe he wasn't your best outfielder during the second half of the season. Right now, it's Justin Crawford. I hear you. But he was playing like one of the best players, if not the best hitter on this team. How can I not just ignore the first half? Because he was doing so well. He was just doing so well, so. Harper should stop blaming others, says Mark. You just got to look in the mirror. And, again, same thing with Dave Dombrowski. I'm done with the topic. I'm done with the whole thing. It goes on both sides. It goes on both sides. So, hey, JJ, stopping by, brother. Thank you so much for being on here, Matt. I appreciate you very, very much. Yeah, overall, though, Philadelphia Phillies got the job done. The Nationals actually made a trade with, we talked about Luis Garcia Jr. getting traded to the New York Yankees, which obviously tells me that they're not going to go after Luis Ariz. But the Nationals got Ben Grabel, right-handed pitcher, Giovanni Cruz, another right-handed pitcher, and Jake Siebert and Jake Birch. So they got 4 pitchers And honestly, if you're the Yankees, that's a win. That's a win because you didn't have to give up Spencer Jones, didn't have to give up Jason Dominguez, didn't have to give up any of those guys to go get a guy like Luis Garcia. It's a pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal. So I would say that that's pretty awesome. Yes. Anything else? Bryce Harper, home run. He has a 7-game hit streak going on. It's the first home run that he's had off of a lefty since April, 3.5 months ago. It's the longest drought of his career, according to Scott Fransky. It's just good to see. Bryson Stott has an OBP of 412 with runners in scoring position this season, says Jeff Kerr. That was reported about 2 hours ago. We also did hear in other baseball news that Craig Kimbrell, I'm sure that you guys miss him. Craig Kimbrell got DFA'd by the Tampa Bay Rays. Do the Philadelphia Phillies pick back up Craig Kimbrell? Now that would be something. Oh, that would be something. That would be really crazy. Anyhow, so that is all I got for you today, chat. That's it. That's all that I got. So, all right. I love you all very, very much. That is going to wrap things up for me. Okay, I am going to send you guys off to somebody else who is live right now. Let us double check. Let's double check to see who is live at this moment in time. Let's go to customization. It is what, 6:50 p.m. Eastern time? Yeah. So let's go to our boy. Let's go to our boy Cerebral Palsy Gamer. Let's go check him out. Let's go to Jin's chat. All right. Let's go say hi to Jin. All right. He's doing this WWE SummerSlam 2026 live reaction. We haven't rated him in forever. So we'll go say hi to him. Make sure that you guys tell him that I said what's up. And I will catch you all in the next one. Be updated with all the trade deadline news. We might be going live. We might be posting YouTube shorts. We might be doing both. And we might be just posting on the social media platforms too. Keep up with everything. I got you covered. I'm not missing one single Phillies headline. Even if it's for something really small, I will keep you updated with as much as I possibly can. All right? Love you all. Good night. Catch you all in the next one. Peace. Atlanta fan at the buzzer. Atlanta fan at the buzzer with the sub over on YouTube. That is awesome. Let's go. Oh, we love it. Where's my sound effect? Why can't I find it? I can't find my sound effect. This is really bad. There we go. All right. I'm not stalling. I'm done. Bye. Adios. Shalom. See you on the next one.